Okay, we should be heading over, I hope. Alrighty, let's go over to here, hopefully. Everyone gets to see my lovely Kamal image again. Alrighty. Hello, everyone. We are joined here today by Jose to hopefully do some pair programming, maybe make a bit of a mess in his code base. I'm glad to see that everyone's here to to welcome us. The Kamal enjoyer was here first, of course. Syed, nice to see you again. Hey, Alex, hope you're doing well. Same to you, Jeff. So yeah, this is Jose. He's the creator of the Combobox Gem, the Hotwire Combobox Gem. We covered it on the channel before, and today hopefully we're going to do some pair programming. But I'll give him a chance to introduce himself. So take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Dean. Hey, everyone. So yeah, I'm Jose. I'm a programmer at 37Signals, makers of Basecamp and Hey, and now the Ones line of products. I'm also the creator of Hotwire Combobox, which we're going to be looking at today. I don't know if I should give a quick introduction to the gem. What do you think, Dean?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Is that warranted? I think that'd be, yeah. So this is what it is. This is the documentation page. Essentially, it's HotwireCombobox.com. And it's a Ruby on Rails engine that's imported as a gem. And it's basically an autocomplete. So this is one thing that you could do, right? You have this YouTube style autocomplete where I can just start typing and it'll predict what I'm trying to search for, and I can navigate it with my keyboard, press enter and select. And we have a bunch of options, so that's one way you can make it look, but the default way would be like this, just a standard old unstyled or basically styled combo box. We have options to make it async, so you can fetch the results from the server. So for example, if I type that, it'll hit the server and the server responds with which options we should display. You can use HTML to style the options. We have different conveniences to make it easy to use. And yeah, I mean, we'll look at a bunch of stuff. One thing that's new, it's not released yet, but it was just merged. If I can start the server, is multi-select. So you all are the first to see this. This is brand new. So you can select a bunch of options now. That's new. And of course, you can also use custom HTML to style your chips and style the options and whatnot. That doesn't look great, but it's for testing purposes. It's fine. And yeah, so that's the gem. And what are we going to be working on today, Dean?
I believe grouped options was the agenda item. Yeah, I saw
exactly.
Your pull request last night. The one where you said, this needs to go in because we got to work on it tomorrow.
Right. You mean the multi-select one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Jeremy started on that. If I can find it.
Oh, here's a question for you. Syed's asking what your motivation was for the Hotwire Combobox Gem.
That's a good question. I think mostly, okay, I'll be totally honest. I had a bit of a side project with my brother-in-law. It was just a small project that needed a combo box. And I'm like, I am tired of building these because I built one for my previous job and it was a mess. It was pretty complicated. So I think I just didn't want anyone to go through that again. And I wanted autocomplete to be a solved problem in Rails, other frameworks, specifically React, have all sorts of very dynamic components, right? And we do too, but I feel like not many of them leverage Hotwire. and not many of them are like super dynamic and super configurable and like basically are a solved problem. So that was my motivation, like provide that for the Rails community and for myself, essentially.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
You seem...
So what do you think? Let's start coding, and if people have questions, then we can bring them up as we go. Let's see what happens.
Sounds good.
Sound good?
Yep.
Awesome.
I'll let you do the driving
All
here.
right, so we're gonna, yeah, sounds good. Okay. Gonna do our grouped options support, which essentially is, let me see if I can find it. I'll explain what this is in a bit, but I wanna like show what we're gonna build. So this is essentially what we're gonna build. Of course, this doesn't have a combo box, but as you search, ideally the options would be displayed in these groups, right? So like land, water, and air. We don't have that yet, so that's what we're going to build today. And I think the first step is determining what we want the API to be. Actually, the first step is like cloning the repo. Should I just go like through that real quick?
That would probably be good.
So if people want to like, yeah. It'll be good for people who like are just getting started and want to see what that's like. So, I mean, I won't go through cloning the actual repo. That's like pretty basic. You just like go to GitHub, have a GitHub page right here, click here, and just like copy that and clone the repo.
Yep.
But once you have it, which is what I have open right here on the right-hand side, I mean, probably good to read the README. Eventually, you'll get to this point, which is the contributing section. It says, please read contributing.md. And then right here, it's just like the steps to get you started. So first, you're going to run bin/setup. And before we run it, probably good to see what's in there. Always a good idea. So it's going to install all the dependencies, both from Ruby gems and from Homebrew. And then it's going to recreate the database and load the fixtures. Load fixtures is a custom script. Let's see what that does. And it's essentially a really hacky way to like load all the fixtures contained in the test file, or the test directory rather. Okay, that seems safe, so I'm just going to run that. I mean, of course it's safe. I wrote it myself. All right, that's pretty quick.
Beautiful.
Make sure the tests are passing. Sorry, you were saying?
No, I always appreciate a hacky script that you run. That's you fit right in on this channel.
All right. So while that runs, the last step is just going to be like starting the server. As I mentioned, the gem is a Rails engine, and with that, I mean, simplifying a bit, what that means is that the gem is essentially a Rails app. So you can see the directory structure here is pretty familiar. You have like an app directory, and it has views and assets. And in this case, we have percenters, which are technically like models. You can think of them as models. That's like non-standard engine stuff. That's like mine. But it's a pretty common pattern in the community. Anyway. The test directory contains an actual like app, a Ruby on Rails app, and it's called dummy by default. So we run it by running bin/rails s, and now we can, I think I have it open in a tab somewhere. I don't. And go to localhost, and this is the dummy app. And essentially, this was Jeremy's doing. He added the sidebar so we can navigate all the test examples. But what we have here is the test app has different routes for all the different options that you can pass to the combo box. So you have async one, you have like a plain normal one, you have a multi-select one. And so you can just go through those to test the app. And that's the basics of like getting started. Once you can run this, you can actually like start hacking on things and building. I guess any questions at this point? Or what are you thinking? Should we just get started building?
Well, I just want to say this is a really clever way to test the application with the sidebar. So big props to Jeremy there, because that's something you always wish you had, and there's actually someone that went out and made that happen. Someone is asking if you can dive more into the views and the presenters. Yeah,
of course. So because this is just a standard Rails app, the views should be pretty familiar. These are all partials, right? So they start with the underscore, they're .html, .erb files, and this is the main one. I'll start here. This is rendered like any other partial. And the way we render it in the Combobox Gem specifically is kind of, it's not super new, but it's a new-ish way to render things. It's I think it was Rails 7 or maybe 6 point something that introduced renderable objects. So what we're rendering is an actual object here. And I'll go to the helper file, which actually does that. 1 second. Here we go. So this is what we're doing. We instantiate an object that's called HotwireCombobox component. We call .new on it, and then we pass it to render. And this is the plain old Rails render function call. And what that does is call the renderin method inside that object. And you can ignore this for a sec. We're just calling render again with a specific partial. And this partial is this one right here, right? So that's this. It's all Rails stuff. It's just happening inside a gem. And then I guess you can let me know if that clears up the stuff about the views. Of course, this partial calls other partials. Like, I mean, these are all called from here, right? It's like a tree structure, essentially. And then the presenter stuff. Presenters, to me, are basically a model object, but it's special in that it's aware of the view context. So it's a model that you pass the view to. And of course, you pass the view with intent. There's an intention for it. In this case, this component knows how to render itself. There needs to be a special thing that gets called, for example, if a block is given to it. So we use the view to call methods on the view that wouldn't be available to the model usually. And I guess the rendering is a bad example because renderin does the method renderin does get the view context passed to it, but not everything does. So for example, let's see if I use it anywhere here. So for example, I use a token list helper that usually wouldn't be available to just a standard Ruby class unless I import it. But instead of importing, I just import the view, and then I'm able to use all the methods in the view. And the reason that I'm comfortable calling this a presenter and not a model and passing the view to it is because this is tightly coupled to the view. Essentially, this all encapsulates how something should be presented. It's all about the presentation, hence the name presenter. And yeah, I guess the last thing I'll say about this is, when do you pull out a presenter? Because you can do this in standard Rails apps. It doesn't have to be an engine. The usual advice there is start with helpers, like plain old helpers, functional helpers, just like a module with functions. And once your method or your functions start calling each other, and it starts getting complicated because you need to pass state around, and they're calling each other and passing things around to them, at that point, you're probably going to benefit from the shared state of an object, and that's when you pull out a presenter. And you do something like this: instantiate the component and then render it. Yeah. Does that answer the question?
Oh, I guess. I think that answered both the question from chat as well as my question, so I appreciate it.
Awesome. Cool. I guess one other thing I'd like to say about presenters and whatnot is usually, I mean, you can do this, instantiate it from a helper and then render it. One other thing that you might see done commonly is like do it here. And then just like render the component. Something like that. Or you just call methods on the component as we do here, for example. I guess probably the input partial is a good reference. So we're rendering the partial, passing it the component. And right here, we just call methods on the component. Right? Okay. Let's get started, I guess.
Alrighty, let's jump in.
Let's jump in. So I said we're going to start with what we want the public API to be. And this person, Edwin, I believe is his name, shared some examples of what they're doing currently for their app. And we're all familiar with this helper, right? Grouped options for select. It expects a certain, I guess, data structure to be passed in. And I don't love it because it requires like processing, right? If you go to, say, let's open a Rails console. And you do, so we have a state model that basically models the US states. It's just an example, like, yeah, of course, just something we're using to populate the comment boxes, nothing special about it. But I did add a location attribute there, and you can see what that contains here, essentially. And I hope these are correct. These were given to me by ChatGPT. So, so Alabama, for example, is in the south, and then Alaska's in the west, et cetera, northeast, midwest, et cetera. So if we wanted to group the states by location, we could do something like this: state dot. I don't think this would work. Because that'll give you just 4 results, I think, 1 for each location.
Okay.
So what we do want is like group them as maybe as a hash is what the first thing that comes to mind. So I think for that you have to do some like state.all dot group by, and this isn't an active record thing. This is like a Ruby thing. Yeah. So location, you get south and then all of the southern ones, etc. So ideally, I think I would love to just pass that to the combo box and have it know what to do instead of like processing it and grouping things like this, like nested arrays and whatnot. What do you think, Dean? Is that better? I think it may be better.
I think that would be better, yeah.
Cool. So to do that, I think let's just do it and see where it breaks.
Worst case scenario,
and I'll get
doesn't
to this
work,
in a minute.
right?
Exactly, and then you know where to like inject yourself, because at this point the gem is pretty big. So instead of like ruminating the whole code base and like inserting myself somewhere, I'll just rather see where it breaks and see like, oh, it's expecting a certain thing here. Okay, so let's add an example to the dummy app. Let's do, I guess, group options.
And then this will automatically populate on the left side list of variations,
yes, right? Because Jeremy set it up that way. So it's only automatic because it's actually set up to be that way.
Gotcha.
Okay, so that should be enough. Restart here, or reload rather. And this is what we have. That's our example, right? So I think let's just copy over the plain combo box example and see where that takes us. Okay, this is rendered. So in the combo box, the second param is the options. So let's just pass it state.all.group by location and see where it breaks. That's surprising. I thought it would break. It just showed us the actual locations. That's actually kind of nice. Okay, let's see why. So what I tend to do here is just follow the code, right? So our grouped options example calls combo box tag, and I know that's defined here in the helpers. I can go into what the HW prefix means. I'm sure if anyone's browsed the code base, they've had that question. I'll get into that at some point. But here, this is the actual method that gets called. And then here it does some processing for the options. Because you can either pass, like there's tons of stuff you could pass to as a second param. I have it right here. So you can either pass an active record relation, a path helper, single hash, array of strings, array of arrays, and array of hashes. So I think the reason this worked was because we did pass a single hash, right? So it evidently knows what to do with a single hash. So what we're trying to do right now is a special case of passing a single hash. So I think it would be good to find the point where it makes that distinction and then just inject ourselves there.
Right, because you're still passing a single hash, but now you need to handle that hash two different ways.
Exactly. So we do this parsing here because it's very different to pass a string versus a hash versus a relation. So this method essentially does all the heavy lifting, extract options and source. So if it's a string, we get the source, which would be the async like path to hit for the options. It's not, so it goes in here. And I guess this would make the distinction. Oh, I see what's going on here. Okay. So I'm sorry, this might be like a bit of advanced for like a beginner crowd. I'm not sure what our current audience is, but I may have gone through that pretty quick. But essentially, you just have to know we end up here at some point, and options will be a hash. So let me just insert myself here and see where that goes. Gotta restart the server because that's how engine development goes. And okay, I just refreshed the page and we hit the debugger. So what's options? I'm actually kind of surprised. I thought it would be the hash. Oh, it's because I'm passing an active record relation. Is that? Did I make a mistake somewhere? Let's see. I don't think this is a relation at all. It should be a hash. I think my server got stuck. One sec. This is a good tip in case this ever happens to you. Just look up Ruby here and just kill everything.
I do the same thing, but from the terminal with a PSOX every time.
Right. Yeah, that's another way to do it. Okay, so we're here again. Options is a relation. Oh, I'm calling it multiple times. I wonder why. I know what it is. Got it. This is specific to this thing's development. We're calling options here because we're setting the states for the other examples. I don't think we need that here, so I'm just going to add the new controller action to this. So essentially, to be clear, what was happening was before calling the group options action, it was attempting to set the state's options because we use that for other examples, but not this one.
Gotcha.
So we were hitting the debugger, not from the new code, but from existing code. Okay. So let's try that again. There you go. So options is a hash. It's probably the one that we expected. Oops. This should look familiar, right? So south and then the southern ones.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, so we are getting what we're expecting up to here. And I did pause here intentionally because this might be, it's a little bit unusual, but it's calling map on a hash, and that will turn it into an array. So if I do like hash, or rather, let's do this, foo bar. It turns it into an array of arrays composed of like the key and the value. So I think that might be fine. What's going to happen is that the value is going to be an array. So say this is what it gets. And so this would be the key, this would be the value, and the value is what's used to instantiate the option, right? So let's just pause here. If the value is an array, is a array. Okay. I've got to restart the server. Every change we make, we're restarting the server. I should probably build some tooling around that. I mean, there's a million options to do that, but yeah, I haven't done it yet.
Yeah, it's good enough so far. If it works, it works.
Yeah. Yeah, right. So we did stop here, which validates our assumption, right? The value is an array. So essentially, the reason it got rendered here is because it's interpreting the group as an option, and then its value. I wonder if like it actually rendered the value. Yeah, it did. So the value is like a rendered array right here. It's in the HTML and the markup. So I'm going to do something really dirty, I think, and essentially treat the group as an option. Once we have that working and like on the page, then we can like start writing some tests for the expected behavior. And then finally we can clean it up. Does that sound good?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Cool. People might be wondering about this, like, why are you doing tests after like actual like coding? And I mean, I go back and forth on like TDD and that kind of thing. I do use it as a tool. In this case, we're testing like JavaScript. Right, and I haven't set up like any like unit testing for JavaScript. We're doing it via system tests in this gem. So when you're starting, like when you write a system test, you need to have like the spec pretty clear of how it should work. And I have no idea how it should work at this point. So I'm just like throwing stuff at the wall. And once it's working like well enough, then we can write the tests and make sure like nothing breaks. Okay. So let's do this. Currently, it's rendering the group as if it was any other option. Let's like break here, and if the option is a group, then render something else. And that something else is going to be the array of options. So it's going to be something like this. If group, then like iterate probably. Something like that. So how do we know if it's a group? I think I'm just going to use this condition that we used here, if the value is an array. I'll clean it up later, I promise, but it should be good enough for now.
I have two questions for you. One is, can you increase the font size a bit?
Of course.
And the second is, what are the drop-down selectors like for accessibility? So I guess like what's accessibility like for these drop-down selectors?
Right. Okay. Let me implement this method real quick and then I'll answer that question. Just so I don't forget that. A group is an option whose value is a array. I think that'll work. Actually, let me just remove all the debuggers too. Oh, it's just one. Okay. Okay, so it is rendering hey, right, which is what we wanted.
Yep.
Cool. So let me answer that question. Accessibility. So I guess it's a good time as any to get into what all is. The gem is designed based on the authoring practices guidelines. And what this is, some people might be familiar with it already, but for those who aren't, these are guides for like building accessible components essentially, and like the semantic way to build for the web. This is their homepage, and then if you go to patterns, you can find like, for example, the combo box here. And they have like all the specifications. Of course, like you would have to read this if you wanted to build a combo box, an accessible one, and then just conform to this, right? These are the instructions essentially. Of course, that's like sort of idealistic. In reality, like you'll read it and be like, well, what happens when this and this is true? Like all these edge cases, and the guy doesn't really address everything. So you do need like a solid base understanding to like navigate around those kind of edge cases. But they do provide examples, and they have one here, which is what I essentially based the basic combo box on. Have the combo box here, you can start typing, it'll predict what you want, and it also like filter the list. And what this is well, essentially what a combo box is an input that'll predict your search in two ways. It'll predict it inline, so like that auto-completing the word Alabama and then highlighting the part that's auto-completed so that you can just like press backspace and delete it. And then it'll auto-complete the list too. It'll filter the list. These components have like roles essentially. In this case, every option has the role list box, and then the input has the role combo box, and then the input references the list box in this way with area controls, and then the idea of the list box. And so that sort of like lists, it joins it all together, and the browser then knows like how this component is built. And I say the browser, but really I mean assistive technologies. The Mac comes with a great one built in. So if you go to accessibility and then voiceover, you turn this on. I don't think it'll be friendly for the actual like stream. Like I don't know if it'll break, so I won't turn it on right now. But if you turn it on and you start like tabbing through things in the browser, it'll read them. And because your markup has all these attributes linking everything together, then it knows that whatever's typed here also filtered the list. And when you navigate the list, it'll tell you like you're on option 1 out of 2, you're on option 2 out of 2. And that all happens because it's properly labeled, and the proper labels are mentioned here. So that's how you would build an accessible thing, an accessible combo box in this case. And then for the current objective, we're going to be referencing this, which is semantically correct grouped list box. Remember, I said combo boxes are really, I guess, are two components. They're the input, and then there's the list box, which can exist on its own. So they have like separate guidelines for the list box by itself. And yeah, as long as you adhere to these guidelines, then you should be good. Does that answer the question about accessibility?
I believe it does, yes.
Sweet. Okay, let's get back to rendering our options. So currently rendering hey because it's reaching this branch right here. So what do we want to do here? We know value is the array of options. So let's just like render that. So if we do, that won't work because option is an active record, right? Because we know from the very beginning we passed a hash and it had a key, which was the location, and then the value was an array of active record objects. You can't just like render the object. I'm sure like it'll render something, but it's not what we want. Let's try it, see what, yeah, so there's that. What we do want to do is instantiate one of these and then render that, right? Because then it won't be grouped anymore and it'll reach that part. But to instantiate one of these, there's like a bunch of logic involved. So I don't want to do that directly. I want to maybe just call this. So maybe we just, and this is where, for example, percenters come into play, right? You use the view to call this helper that isn't available in the helper usually, or the class usually. So I think this might work. Let's see what happens.
Only one way to find out, right?
Yeah. Except it didn't. So, oh, okay. So it's, well, for one thing, we need to like join this, right? So you'll notice, and the reason I just did that is because I can see the li element there. So it's interpreting these options as text, and I want them to be interpreted as HTML. So that's what this does, I think, unless it's a incorrect. Oh, it's a private method. I'll just send it for now.
I love it.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we'll clean it up once it's working, I promise. Oh, safe join is defined in the view, not the class, so, or the object. There you go. So no li elements visible anymore. It's interpreted as HTML, but we're still like rendering the option itself when it should just, oh, of course, we need to like render the thing, right? So, and this is from the view. Rendering won't be called unless it's by the view, essentially. So that's what this will do. I think that'll.
So your presenter's doing a lot of the heavy lifting here, it seems like.
Yeah, at this point, sure. This presenter and the other one are the only two presenters in the gem, and they kind of do heavy lifting. Really, they're only like wrappers for like for which attributes the HTML elements should have. That's all it is. And this, like right now, it's doing a lot of the heavy lifting, but once we clean it up, I'm sure like it'll be a lot less heavy lifting. So we're getting double like rendering here. I'm not sure what that's all about, but here, let me insert a debugger here and see what option actually is, just to make sure that we're getting what I think we're getting. Of course, if you spot a problem, Dean, feel free to jump in and let me know. Okay. So we do get this, but the display is nil and content is nil. And I know exactly why. When we instantiate these options, we have to tell it how to render the active record. And this is done by providing a default way to render, and that is provided here by calling toCombobox display on the thing. But that is provided like further up in the, or further upstream. I'm just gonna pass it right here for now. I think I could just do that. Oh boy, I thought we'd get a lot less of those. Might have killed it again.
If it's any consolation, this is a frequent occurrence for me as well.
Yeah, I'm sure there's like a correct way to do that. I either forgot it or haven't learned it yet. So people can let me know in the chat if there's a better way to do that. Oops. Right, so let's restart the server, see where that ends up. Cool. So we get the options now, but we don't see the group. So, oh, I see now why we get these. Essentially, we're rendering the group as an item in the list, and we don't want that. I think semantically, the appropriate thing to do would be, and we'll check in a second here. Actually, just check now. Yeah, so each group is a UL element, and then the items are LIs. So let's do that. If it's a group, then let's render ULs. And inside it, we're going to render this. with one little modification, which is before we render the items, let's just render the name of the, or I guess this is an item too. So let's render the name of the group here. And I think content is appropriate. Okay. We got something.
It's closer.
Yeah. But it's not content, which is surprising. I thought content would be the group. Let's just like actually render or hold on. Because we used to get the name of the group here, right? Oh, I think we need to like join these. I wonder if that'll do it. Oh, of course. Let's just prepend the thing. So this will return an array, and we can call prepend on that. Will that work? Okay, so we get South and then Alabama, Arkansas, Delaware, etc. So I think I might have gone through that pretty quick. Is that clear what just happened?
I think so, and I don't see any questions.
Okay.
So I'll make sure to stop if people are getting lost. But I think so far we should
Perfect.
be good.
Good. All right, so at the very least, we did render the option. It still has a value, which it shouldn't. Maybe it's enough to just not pass any options. And that's just, I know that because the options are what gives it like the value and whatnot. So we get this, and of course that marker there is part of the li stuff. I am wondering why we get this like blank li in between options. Let's do this. We're doing too much in a single like go, so let's like split it up and make sure that we're getting what we need in each step of the way. Yeah, so that should do it. We should get the same thing or not. Oh, is this? I thought this should be an array, shouldn't it? Which, by the way, this is just what developing is like for me, at least. I think people might expect like, oh, just know what to do every single time. Of course not. Like I'm chasing my tail most of the time.
It has to be cathartic for people to hear. It always seems like magic when you watch the pre-recorded stuff, but this is what it's actually like, is just a bunch of trial and error.
Right. And I just saw the error too. It was pretty dumb. I just had the prepend here. I kept it from copying and pasting, but that makes no sense. I might have gotten that if I read the error correctly, actually. But anyway, we're here again. So this is where we're at. Let's insert a debugger here. We should only get one per group, so 4 in total, hopefully. What's options? I think that should be an array. No, of course, no, wait, what? Right, because we're rendering it here. So I think we should render it here, right? Because if we render it here, then we get back an array of strings. And we want an array of renderable objects. So I think we just want to return the option. So no manipulation here. These are the options. And this will just be content. And now this gives us an array of renderable stuff. I'm pausing because this isn't a renderable object. So maybe call render on each of these. And then append the, well, thank you, Copilot. I actually think that kind of works. Let's see what that does. Nope, still getting this. I don't know where that's coming from. This is correct. This I'm surprised by. Is anyone in the chat spotting the problem?
I think they're mostly focused on your VS Code theme right now.
What is it? I think. Oh, it's Tokyo. I think.
Tokyo. Okay.
Yeah, pretty sure.
Let me make a note of that. Yeah, it was your theme and your extensions. One thing I've learned is chat does not notice my dumb mistakes when I make them, unfortunately. And then 30 minutes go by, and then I go, "Why didn't anyone stop me?" I don't know how much help that'll be.
Yeah. I'll be honest, it's a little bit distracting to be thinking like, oh, we're live and like coding, but we'll figure it out. It's fine. I think we're doing too much here, and it's making it hard to reason about for me. Oh, yeah. So let's do less.
If we reduce it, if we reduce the amount of stuff we do, we should be able to locate where the extra LI is coming from, right? Is that the plan?
I think so. Okay. Yes, that's the plan. Let's see where that takes us. So let's like leave it here, but let's try it again. So what we're rendering here is actually, let's not even do that. Let's just grab the options, which I think this is correct. And then we're gonna can we just like prepend self? And then we get like a group of rendering options?
Maybe.
Oh, I think we can do that. So we get view.safeJoin. Let's try that, see what happens. Oh, given 17, expected 1 or 2. That makes sense. I don't think we need the splat operator there, actually. Okay, so it's rendering. We need to render each of these. Right, because the group option is it's getting stuck in an infinite loop here. So not self, but why is this hard? Like, I feel like this should be pretty easy. Let's just go back to rendering. Oh, I think it's
that,
stuck again.
that infinite loop guy, yeah.
Yeah. Let's just render the options for now. Make sure we can do that at least.
Hey, George, good to see you again. We are currently going through the Hotwire Combobox Gem, trying to add the grouped options.
I'm confused why this is no. So if I'm getting that error, it means is this? No? We're doing too much stuff again. Let's just go back to, let's just do that.
And go back to the base case.
Yeah, base case and see where that, okay, cool. Now, it's a group, render hey, just retracing my steps here in order to advance. Okay, so we don't want to render that, we want to render a view.tag.ul. And then just render it. Let's just go with the group name for now. Okay, that's working. And this will have, okay, it's just ULs. That makes sense. Inside of the UL, we want that, but also this, I guess. Okay, that's not, oh, of course, again. Okay, so this is a correct way to like render this. What if we wanted it to be an LI?
Right, because right now we don't have that extra LI we were getting earlier.
Exactly. Cool. This is working so far. So we don't want a single one of these. We want multiple. So maybe let's just do this a couple of times and see if that works. So we would do options, which is this, dot map, and we would do this a bunch of times. Does that work? Of course it doesn't. Oh, once more, bitten by this. So there you go.
Beautiful.
I have no idea what we're doing over here, but this seems to work. Cool. I think we're done. I'm kidding, of course.
Close enough.
There are a couple, yeah. There are a couple of things I want to change. I think we're about ready to like write a test and start like cleaning it up. Bit bummed that it took a while, but I feel like it should have been a lot easier than that, but it's fine. So one of the things I want to change is I want to add some, well, first of all, this should be a list item, right? Per this example. And it needs the role presentation. Okay, so the URL needs the role group and then labeled by the presentation LI. Cool. So this should be simple enough. Role group should be enough to get that in the URL. Let's try it. And sure enough. And then south needs to be an LI. So view.tag.li content. Okay, that seems to work. And now we need an ID, or this needs role presentation too. And at this point, I'm just copying what I'm seeing here, the example. And it needs an ID. I think we might have a helper for that already. Yep. So if you pass an ID, then you get the ID. Otherwise, just a secure random UID GUID. I think that might be fine. Let's try it. Okay, so the list item has a role presentation on it. It has an ID. Now we just need the URL to reference that same ID. I think it's labeled by, area labeled by, yep. So area. Weird spelling, is that right?
It both looks right and doesn't look right. I'm not sure. Let me.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
I think it's correct.
That is correct.
Awesome. So south is labeled by 224B. 224B is the ID here. So I think we're set. We can write a test and then refactor with confidence that we don't break the implementation. Cool. How are we doing on time, by the way? Is this like reasonable?
Oh yeah, you're fine.
Okay, cool.
Been live for about an hour. I do have some questions for you.
Okay, go ahead.
The first one is, do you have any plans to blog or create video content moving forward?
Maybe it seems like video content is too much work, and then blogging, I never find the time to actually write stuff down. The best way to, like, if you want to keep up with what I'm doing, is just following me on not Twitter but X, which my handle is Farias Tweets, which I know is unfortunate because of the name change. But yeah, Farias Tweets, I'll write it down. So here's my handle. You can follow me on Twitter. I usually, like, lately I've been like engaging in conversations and just like talking about Ruby in the comments of other people's threads. Eventually I might start writing. I probably will. One thing that is in my ambition, though, at some point soon-ish, midterm, is like writing a book. So people might find that interesting, but I still need to market that book, and maybe content is the way to do it. We'll see.
It's okay. We'll get them, guys. The other question was, do you know which Tokyo theme you're using? Apparently there's multiple.
Right. Yes. It should be right here. Hold on. Tokyo Night.
Gotcha.
Is that enough? Theme. It's just called Tokyo Night.
Okay.
Can I see the author here? Ankia? It's this one.
Gotcha.
I saw this on a tweet from DHH, actually. I used to use the GitHub Dark one, and then I saw this and I was like, oh, that's a lot better. So this is a new acquisition for me. Any other questions?
Yeah. So there was one a bit ago. How did you get started, and how long did it take you to get familiar with like writing gems?
Started, I guess, I'll assume they mean started programming and not like started writing gems.
Yeah, I'm assuming so.
I'll try to be concise about it. My brother is a SaaS founder. He has a SaaS company, and he created that company in the heyday of like Rails and like all the euphoria around that. So he's a big Rails guy still to this day, and he taught me how to code. So it was only natural that I went to do Rails, and that's how I got my start. Eventually, I didn't go to school for a computer science or anything like that. I went to school for mechanical engineering. But my first job anyway was as a developer. They were hiring for programmers, and then I applied and I lied and I said I knew how to code, but I didn't. And I just learned the first week by reading what's it called? Enough Rails to be dangerous. Learn enough, I think is the name of the book. Yep. Anyway, I read this, and by the end of the first week, I knew how to code, and then the rest is history. And writing gem, this is my first gem actually, and I have no idea what I'm doing at this point either. So if anyone's looking to like get started, my best advice would be to just do it. This is a Rails engine, and there's a great resource for Rails engines in the Rails guide itself. So maybe just read this, and this will get you started. You'll create the gem using a simple like CLI command, and it'll explain how engines work. And then you can just, maybe just create a hello world example first, and you'll see it's not that hard. Yeah, that's how I started.
Also want to just shout out, we do have updated Rails guides right now. They're trialing them with the Edge guides.
Right.
So maybe this will also get.
How did I get there?
They said it was for the Edge guides specifically. I think this is where they're testing it out first.
I forget how to get to those. I just like always like Google.
Yeah, that was.
Is it like engine?
Let me see. Edge guides.
Probably not this. Yeah, not that.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, we'll find it eventually. Okay, so go ahead.
Yeah, one more follow-up question. How much time do you spend, or how do you find the time to do the open source work?
So there's a bit about that in the Getting Real book. That I read a while back, so I'm not sure I'll be able to find it, but you should read this. This is more about like starting a company more than open source, but there's a bit here about finding time. I don't think I'll find it, but essentially it's like 1 hour a day is enough, honestly. Like after your workday, if you manage to like start on time and end on time and just like get good work done in the middle of that, then you should feel free to like, once the workday is done, just work on whatever you want, right? And then, of course, like I just became a father recently, so I have like family responsibilities and whatnot. So I don't want to spend too much time away from that. But maybe 1 hour a day is enough, and that's been enough for this most of the time. I will say, like, I'm currently just about to wrap up parental leave, so for the last month, I've been working on this like whenever the baby's sleeping too. So it's been unusual. I feel like the development pace here has been pretty quick, in part because of that. Babies sleep a lot. But of course, like I want to be mindful of my energy too, because I'm getting back to work soon. So yeah, just be mindful of your energy, I would say. And one way to do that is to just spend an hour a day. And honestly, you'll be surprised how much it adds up.
Yeah, that does.
Okay, anything else?
To 7 hours a week, which if you're putting that in for one day, feels like a full work day. So there you go.
Right. And the other thing is like I've stopped playing video games and that kind of thing. And I'm sure that's not for everybody, but to me, this is like relaxing and fun and I don't want to play video games anymore, like that kind of thing. So your time really does like free up a lot once this becomes your hobby, essentially. Okay, so let's get back to writing the test. Let's visit grouped options path. Test grouped options. I forgot to name the test. So I've written a couple of helpers here to essentially help me test these. So we're going to open the combo box, which is going to be called, I guess, grouped field. This is as good as name as any. Let me just close out of all these. State field is fine. I think that might be more descriptive. So let's just do that. Let's use that. And let's just race, see where we're at. Okay, this is what we expected. So we're going to assert that there is a group and that it's, I guess, south is going to be the first one that shows up. So let's just go with south. And this doesn't exist yet. So let's just write it real quick. We have a couple of assertions here, more than a couple actually. Let's add it here. Let's just use this for now. And then it's suggesting assert selector with opt group, but that's not what we're using because this is not a standard select. So, okay, yeah, that's actually what we want. Or no, we want this, UL. So we want to assert that there is a UL with role group that contains an LI with role presentation and that LI has the text that we're looking for. Let's see if that passes. Yeah. So we now have a helper for this. The other thing we want to assert is that the options were rendered. So assert option with text Alabama, I think is fine. And that should pass as well. Okay, so now let's test navigation. I'm not sure how navigation should work here, so I'm just going to refer to the example. I just tabbed through to the list box. I'm just going to press the down arrow key and see where I land. Okay, so the options shouldn't be navigable, meaning the group titles shouldn't be navigable. So when I press down, Alabama should be selected and not like the word south. So I have another helper for that, type in combo box and then the ID, and then I'm gonna type just down, I think is what, yeah, just down. And then assert selected option with text Alabama is what we want. Now before this, we wanna make sure Alabama wasn't selected, or maybe we do actually, because when you open a plain combo box, oh, I thought the first option was selected. I guess it's not. I'm going to trust that I knew what I was doing at the moment and just copy that behavior over. I think I have a helper named assert no selected, no option. I guess not. In any case, asserting negative here isn't always helpful because what it does is if you assert a selector in Capybara, which is what we're using for testing, it'll wait. If it doesn't find a text, it'll wait, right? And that's helpful because the text might appear async in the page. But if you assert the negative, then it just checks, oh, it's not there, then move on. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the text won't be loaded asynchronously, right? I think that's how it works anyway. So I'm just going to go with Alabama should be selected when you press down. And let's see if it's the case or not. Yeah, seems like it. So Cool. It works out of the box. I know why. I'm wondering if I should like pause to let people know why. Yeah, probably good. Actually, we haven't looked at the JavaScript at all, which will be good. So the reason this works is, and let me know if people want me to like dig into the patterns here, because I'm using something that I think is kind of novel. I haven't seen it before anywhere else, and this is the first time I've used it myself, which is concerns in JavaScript. Very similar to like Rails concerns. We're like splitting up the behavior in like different modules. I mean, I guess they're classes technically here in JavaScript, but think about them as modules or mix-ins. And then we're importing them into the stimulus controller. So this is the stimulus controller in its entirety. It's 110 lines of code. It's like not very long considering how much it does. And then the whole combo box behavior is nested in these like classes, and it's segmented in such a way that it's easy to navigate, and it's all like clustered together, like similar functions or similar methods are clustered together, so it's easy to like remember where everything is, because otherwise this would be like thousands of lines of code in a single file. Well, yeah, not ideal. There's other approaches like composability versus like inheritance, which is what we're doing here. I can get into that if people want, but in any case, I'll get into why it works. So when we're navigating the options, we have this concern called navigation that handles like listening for the key presses and like acting accordingly. When we select the next index, we check, in this case, say arrow down, we check the current index and then add one and select that. So what's the current index? And that's defined here, I believe. Yep. We get the visible options and find the index of the current selected elements, which if there's no element, I'm sure, I don't remember this particularly, but I'm sure the answer would be 0 or something. And so we can add one and be at one. In any case, so what's a visible option? I guess a visible option is the result of filtering the filterable options, which is long-winded, but here it is. So a filterable option is an option that has the filterable attribute, which is what we use to autocomplete. So if it has a way to autocomplete it, then it's a filterable option. And what that attribute is data filterable as, or autocompletable as rather, which Alabama does have, but the role header doesn't. So that's why this isn't considered a filterable option. We just got that for free with the current implementation. Cool.
I will say two things. One, there is interest in the JavaScript concerns from chat, but also from my perspective, stepping into the code base, that made it infinitely more intuitive to figure out where I needed to go to deal with like the control backspace functionality. So just from like an outside perspective, I do think it makes it a lot more accessible to like debugging the JavaScript side of things.
That's great to hear, because I honestly thought, and when I first shared it on Twitter or X, people were like, I got mixed reactions. Some people were like really curious, and other people were like, "What is this? Like, that's not." As a JavaScript developer, like I don't like this. That's fine. I like it, and I'm glad that you do too, because that's the reason. That's how I use it anyway, like to remember where things are and know where to go. So let me walk through it like real quick on how this works. Let's take a look at this helper concerns. Can I guess I can't. Wrong file, I guess. There you go. So this helper, essentially what it's doing is it's grabbing an array and it's creating like an inheritance chain. So order does matter, but I'm architecting things in such a way that nothing is overriding anything else. So in the end, it's fine that essentially what we're doing is we're grabbing the first item in this array and then making the next item inherit from that, and the next item inherit from that, and the next item inherit from that. So at the end, it's like a really deep inheritance chain, which is usually a pretty big smell, honestly. Like if you're creating standard regular inheritance structures, it's, in my experience, it's usually to go wider than it is to go deeper, because if you go deep and things are inheriting from like a long chain of things, then you have no way to, or it's really hard to like find out where the behavior is coming from in that long chain. But in this case, because of the way things are architected, like nothing is overriding anything. And so, yeah, I would say it's kind of like a sharp knife. You got to be careful with how you use it. But that's essentially what's happening. And so let's step like into an actual mix in. Let's go with options, which is what the one we're looking at. I hate that it does that. This is from the great extension, Git extension, Git Lens, I think it's called. But I don't know why. Like I'm just getting used to this new keyboard, and like it sometimes like triggered that Git blame. It's annoying. Anyway, first we import ComboBox from ComboBox base. Let's take a look at that. You might be surprised that it's literally just an object, an empty one. And so what we're doing here is doing ComboBox.options. We're defining a property on that option, on that object, and that property is this essentially an arrow function that contains a class that extends base. In this case, extends the base. Actually, sorry, I was thinking of the base object here, but that's not correct. It's extending whatever you pass as an argument to it, and that comes back here in the concerns. I forget what this is. Is this like yeah? It's been a while since I wrote this, so I guess this is syntax for like extending. Oh no, I remember. Right. So it's because we're extending here, right? So you pass the next the inheritance chain as it is at that point. You pass it here, and then this class extends whatever you passed in. Base isn't a great name because it conflates with this other base. They're different bases, and I just got confused myself because of it. I might change it later. Anyway, so because of that inheritance chain, all of these methods now became available here where we extended. And so essentially you could imagine that each and every one of the methods defined here in each of those mix-ins, they just get appended here, right, to the base class, which is the one extending all of that. And yeah, that's how it works. I'm sorry if that's convoluted. I might make another video about it or a blog post at some point, because I think this is really powerful. But essentially the primary benefit of this is when I thinking, oh, I need to fix something related to navigating with the keyboard, where do I go? If I don't remember the name of the module, I can just come here, and it's sort of like an index. And I go, actors, well, I guess that's probably not it. Announcements, no. Dialogue events, no. And then I eventually get to here, navigation, and that's probably it, right? So I go to navigation, and immediately I see this, and I'm like, yep, this is where I want to be. Same thing with autocomplete or the dialogue, which is this behavior here when the screen is small, and then you get this. This is the dialogue, and it's like a mobile accessible way to navigate the combo box. Yeah, any questions at this point about the concerns and whatnot?
I don't think there's questions necessarily about the concerns, but there was one about the underscore and the, I'm going to get roasted no matter what I call them, the hashtags in front of the method names. Yeah,
no, totally. So JavaScript now has, and this is, I think it's new-ish, I'm not sure, but it has a syntax where you can define a private method this way. And this will essentially not let you call. It gets you protections in the way like the Ruby private methods get you protections. So if you call it from a public interface, it'll be like, oh, you just called it a private method. You can't do that. The thing is, because of the way we're extending here, the concerns, we can't use that because there's a difference in Ruby between like private and protected accessors. I don't think the JavaScript has a difference. So, I think my my AirPods might be dying. Are you still? Can you still hear me?
I can still hear you.
Okay, I only have the one left one, so I'm just gonna charge. I guess I'll charge this one. Can you still hear me?
I can still hear you.
Okay, cool. I'll charge the other one in the meantime. So because there's no distinction in the JavaScript, sorry, English is a second language here, so I'm struggling a little bit. The methods that are inherited from the extension of the concerns, you can't call those from anywhere. So if this was private, for example, I can't call that from here. And if this was private, I can't call that from here. So essentially what I'm doing is what we used to do, which is underscore anything that's private, and that's how you know. And the other thing I could have done is not underscore anything and just do something like this, like private, and then indent all of this, which is what we do in Ruby. That's fine, but it was too far removed from like JavaScript for me, because I knew I was gonna deal with a lot of methods, and I was gonna forget like which ones were private or not. And since I don't have the protections that Ruby gives you, I get no like warning that, hey, you're calling a private thing, maybe make it public so that it's not like, so that the interfaces are coherent with each other and the contracts are upheld. I don't get that, so I just chose to go the underscore route instead. Yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, I had no idea you could do the like an actual private in JavaScript now.
Yeah, I don't know when that came a thing. I think it's kind of new. I don't know. I might get roasted if it's not. Anyway, any other questions?
Not that I can see so far.
Cool. So let's run this again. Yeah, this is working still. So I'm wondering, is this enough? Like, is this enough of a test to assert that root options are working? I think so. There's a part of me that would like to test that this ID and ARIA labeled by match. I'm not sure how to do that though, and I don't want to slow us down. We already had that slump earlier. So let's just keep going. And I just thought of another thing, which is, and this is like, let's talk about this. I'm not sure what this should be. What should happen once you filter down the list? Do we show you these empty groups, or do we only show you the ones that have options in them? What do you think?
Not sure, honestly. That could go either way, I guess.
This is one of those things I alluded to earlier where I was like, it's great to have these guidelines, but this is an example for a list box, not a combo box. So there's no example that I ever found. For a filterable grouped list box, we only get the one which isn't filtered. So there's no, like, as far as I can tell, there isn't a specification for how filtered grouped lists should behave.
Because especially from an accessibility perspective, it could be weird to display more after you filter to that level. I don't know.
I think it's weird. Yeah. Like I'm just like seeing this. This is weird. Like, why is west, northeast, and mid, like, why are these here? So I think let's hide them. And I think we can do that. I'm thinking we can do it with CSS. The thing is, and this has been a thing with this library constantly, like if we do it with CSS, people have the option to overwrite that.
Right.
Or they have the option not to import the styles at all and just style everything themselves, and they might forget to do this. And that's usually fine with practically everything about the presentation of the combo box. But this isn't about presentation. This is about how it works. And potentially, I'll have to read up on this, but potentially it's about how accessible it is. So what I've done to address that in other places is something like this. Let me see if I can find it. I remember I squished it, so yeah. So I inlined the style. I think let's do it with CSS, like at the CSS proper level first, get it working, and then I'll like move it here.
Yeah.
And then we also have to clean up the mess we made with the options, but we'll get there.
Yeah, because the concern is always you have, let's say you have someone that pulls this in, they think it makes more sense the other way, but maybe that
You can't hear me, can you?
I can still hear you. I think your earbud did just die though. Yeah, for anyone that's not aware, I think the concern is if you have a developer that pulls in the gem and then they think that it looks better with the other options, but that like violates the accessibility concerns, then you can run into the issue of that developer causing themselves more problems by doing that. So if you were to like restrict it in a way like this, where you give them the flexibility, but you don't give them the flexibility where they can potentially get themselves in trouble, that can help to, I guess, alleviate the concerns for them, because they know that if they're modifying something, it's not going to get them in trouble. But hopefully we're trying to debug the AirPods right now, so we'll see.
Yeah, I'm back now, I think. Yep. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Okay. So I haven't done this before, but I obviously I lost battery for my other AirPods, and then this I actually connected it to power. See if that works.
I mean, you sound great.
We'll see. So. Okay, awesome. Let's keep it going then. Okay. So this is where CSS can get tricky because you're styling the parent based on the child. And I don't think you can do that. I'm not a CSS, I'm actually not great with CSS, but I don't think you can do that. So what I've done before, unless, obviously if you have an idea, Dean, let me know.
Well, you don't want me anywhere near the front end. We've already established that on stream multiple times.
All right, so what I've done before is apply the exceptional styling to the parent and then override if certain child conditions are met. I just realized whatever I said made no sense, but let me look for an example here. So I remember there was one with the border of something. That's not how you spell border. I'd love if I could just reference it so I don't have to think too much. I think we might have removed that actually from the multi-select component. Anyway, let's just do this. I think we can do if for a role group, and I'll use proper classes at some point. I just want to get this working first. By default, let's make the display none. So we get nothing here. Oh, not group, presentation, which of course we don't want to apply at the global scope, but we'll get there.
It's okay. For now, we can just do something like this.
Right. Right.
So that gets rid of your north-south scope or groups.
Exactly. Yeah. But if role presentation or role group, actually, I think we can use the sibling operator here. So I think we can do this. So if not hidden, is that a selector? I think this is what you want. Is the sibling of, sorry, getting used to this new keyboard still. Is that what we want? No. Maybe there are some CSS resources in the chat. Let's see.
This would be the moment for Kamir to hop in chat, but I don't see him right now.
I hate CSS. So we're trying, if it's not clear, we're trying to show the thing if it has any siblings. Actually, we can just hide the whole. So one of the things that's making this hard to reason about is because they're siblings. But if we hide the group, that's fine because all of its children are hidden anyway. So if we have a group, which has visible options, so role option not hidden. Is that what I want? Okay, and then I think we just did it. Awesome. That's exactly what we want.
All done with.
Is it clear why that works? Or
yes. I mean, it is to me. I don't know if chat can let us know if it's not.
Right. But they can let us know. Okay. Now let's talk about where this should go. Evidently, this works with CSS. And then displaying none, I think, is fine from an accessibility perspective. I usually use the hidden property to hide stuff because I think that is for sure like not visible to any screen readers. And I don't know if display none is visible to some screen readers. I'm not sure. I do think we can hide it with JavaScript too. Let's just go the CSS route for now. We can clean it up later or fix it later if it's not enough.
Yeah, can you step through the CSS real quick? I think there's with the role, the role thing, I think is what the question is.
Right. So I was actually about to change that. This is targeting any element which has role group, which in this case, it's the UL elements that we created for the wrapping of each section of the grouped combo box. So in this case, it would be this element. I just realized, I bet this is like super small on people's screens. Can I do, oh yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, I think it lets you resize the inspector.
So this, which is the group wrapper, essentially has role group. I'm about to go change that and give it like a proper class so people can style it any way they want. And then we're making it disappear by default and only appear if it has any options inside it. And I think I sort of like this instinctively, but now thinking on it, I do think this is the proper way to do it, which is hide by default and then show it if relevant. Because if you do it the other way around, which is show by default and then hide if needed, you can't use this because there is no like shown property that you can set. I believe, unless my brain is failing me right now, the only way to check if the element is hidden, and this is hidden not with CSS, but by the element's hidden property, like dot hidden equals true. The only way to check if it's not, you can only assert that it's not. You can't assert that it's shown, essentially. So this is the way to do it, I think. You assert that any group which has children that are not hidden, that is, they're missing the hidden property, then you display the group. Is that better? I hope that's not super confusing.
I mean, you can let us know if that clears it up. It's essentially your role is just something attached to the element, and we're just selecting based on that selector. I don't know how else to describe it, but it makes sense. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like that cleared it up.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah, the role is important from accessibility standpoints. And also, I'll say this, when you code this way with like proper roles and semantics, CSS and whatnot, it actually makes your job easier in the long run. It might be harder upfront because you need to think about these things and like label things properly. But then you're able to like query things. Like, do you remember when when this worked out of the box, the filterable options stuff? I guess maybe not filterable, but we query for example, the selected option a lot within the code base. And we do it just by checking this, right? If area selected is true. And so other like libraries might use, or non-accessible code might use like a class name like .active or whatever, but that means like actually means nothing. And there could be other elements that have that class and whatnot, but area selected only means one thing, that it means that that's only one thing that's selected if you coded it properly. So, okay. Options do have a class already. It's this. So I'm just going to replace that here, and it should keep working. Yep. And then groups don't. So I'll go back to our messy code here that shouldn't probably, and let me say this, I don't think I've communicated this. I don't think this should live here because a group isn't an option. It's more like a wrapper. And this is an option class. So like we're like just hacking around and making an option behave like a group, but it's really not. So I'm thinking we'll eventually extract this into its own class and like instantiate them as necessary, but we'll get there. In any case, let's give this a group. So let's give this a class. Let's group a class is what I wanted to say. Let's follow the convention we've been using. And so this would be, should we call it an opt group? That's what they're called in selects, but I think just group is fine.
I'd say group for now, and then you can just come back to it later and see.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then I think that the thing that people will want to style the most is this, the label. So could do group label, something like that. And so now that we have this class, we can use it over here instead of the little group. Cool.
Do you have a question? If the filtering is happening on the client or the server side, or I guess back end or front end when you're typing?
Right, good question. So the library supports both. In this case, because we're using an inline or synchronous combo box, it's happening in the client. Let me go here to the box. That's what this is, like the standard basic combo box. That's filtered in the client. And then the async one, and I'll show you here, work. What this will do is, if I can see it, because it's actually pretty small at this point. Yeah. Every time you type here, it makes a debounced request to the server. Or it should. I mean, it evidently worked. I don't see it here though. Weird. Let's try again. There you go. Okay. So MI, and this made a request to the server, and then the server used some helpers that are documented here to stream back the correct responses. So essentially, in this case, there's a method called search on state. It's a scope. This is implemented by the server. You can do whatever you want with this. This is implemented by you as the implementing user. And it determined that what it should send me are these states. And then it's string with this, if that's more your thing. Right. But it's happening client side right now. Trying to think what else we should do. We can try to clean it up. I think at this point we've written the test where it's working the way we want it to. It evidently doesn't look how we want it to yet. We could either style it right now or we could clean up the code. I'm thinking let's just clean up the code. Although I will say it's hard to think about like good abstractions while we're streaming. I feel like I'm on the spot a little bit. Yeah, but it's fine. It'll be fine. Let's just try and see how it goes.
Always feels like a programming session with dozens of people in the call.
Yeah, if it was just you and me, I'm sure we could come up with something great, but we'll see. Maybe we do come up with something great. So here's the thing. Let's think about what the model should be. We know what it is. What it currently is you feed the hash with an array value to the helper. It already knows how to interpret a hash. It's interpreting it the way it should, and then it's noticing, oh, the value is an array, so this isn't any regular option. This is a group. So my problem with this, and let me know if you agree, is a group isn't an option. Like it makes no sense to make this distinction here because an option and a group are mutually exclusive. Like you can't be both. Does that make sense for you?
Yeah, I think so. It is a weird place to put it.
Yeah. So I think ideally, wherever we instantiate the option, we need to branch out and say, if this is a group, actually instantiate the group, and if not, then instantiate the option. So let's find that insertion spot first. Actually, let's just grep for this and see where that's called. New, maybe. Seems like a couple places. So this is fine because a blank option, which is a new feature that isn't documented yet, but you can dig in the code base if you want to use it. I'll eventually get it documented. This is always an option, so no branching necessary here. And then this is where we need to branch. We were here earlier. And then finally, what's this? Oh, it's the test. Okay. So here is where we're going to do so once we get here, options has the following shape. It's a hash with like a key and not show south. If I can type. And then it has like an array value. And then there's like Midwest and whatnot. I was initially thinking of branching inside here, but that's not it. We want to branch out here and render groups because this eventually is going to get rendered. So options, that we append or prepend the blank option and then return it. And then that is used here for the options. And then it gets passed to the component, the main component. And then the options are accessed just as a standard like attribute. So where do we access options? The options. Here. And we render each option. Right. So if option was a group, the group would get rendered. And so this code would be called. And then if we pass the options already parsed through this to the group, then we can just call render on them. So this would just turn into options. So that's, I hope that wasn't super confusing, but in my mind, it makes sense. I think that's the plan.
Makes sense to me. For what it's worth.
Awesome. That's good enough for me. So we do want to render these options. This needs to happen, but actually no. It needs to happen on these. But we also need to support the case where options is just like a standard like object array. That also needs to be supported. I like that. So let's just like do the dumbest way possible to do this, which is, I'll refactor this in a minute, is group it's going to be a group if options is a hash and just use parents here. Options dot values dot all, not empty, but I think you can do that actually. Can you do that? Meaning all and then just pass array. Let's try it. Yeah, you can do that. Because it uses, I think internally it does this. No, I'm not sure if I want to check all of them. It's fine. Like we'll clean this up eventually, as I've been promising. If is group, do something. Let's do that. If it's a group, then what do we want to do? We're gonna essentially we're gonna return a collection of groups. So this is plural, actually. That's not how we spell groups at all. That new keyword. Okay. Then we still want options.map. It's going to turn the, I guess we could do that, yeah. Let me pull this out real quick. I'll probably pull it out into its own method at some point, but this helps me like sort of like conceptualize it as such.
It's always time to refactor after we get a simple solution working, right?
Yeah. Should I call it not content, but maybe let's go with that. And then this doesn't need an intermediate assignment. Okay. I think let's check if that works. Say if we didn't break the core functionality. Am I already? Yeah, I'm already running the server. this still works. Okay, so what is a group? I'm just going to navigate to options so that we can create another file here. A group has a name and options. So let's go ahead and just make it a keyword argument. Okay, that's our base group class. Groups, they can be rendered. And I can't remember what else rendering gets passed. Let's look at this. Oh, it's just a view context, literally. I might name this to view context at some point. Anyway, how do you render a group? You do this. And then these options are already parsed. So just do options.map concat. Let's see if that works. And for good measure, I'm just going to return false here. Let's see what happens. Could also just run the test. Yeah. Oh. That's because, yeah. I'll rename that later. Right, it doesn't know how to generate an ID. That's fine. We can just copy the implementation from here. I wonder if I need to import secure random for this. Just import and clean up later. What's it? It's failing group line 22. Oh, right. So this is designed so that we can pass an ID. I don't think you ever will, though. Let's go with that for now. And in the back of my mind, I'm thinking eventually we might want to handle custom HTML rendering for groups. So it's handy that we're creating this class because that'll need some behavior attached and we can handle it here. But let's tackle one thing at a time. No method content, and that's because we called it name here, which is what we passed here. Cool, that works. So we can now remove this code. Actually, let's run the test and make sure nothing broke. I think that was a test. $1071. Yep. So passing. So now we can get rid of all this nonsense about it being a group and whatnot. Run the test again. Okay, let's take a look at where we're at. It's getting a little bit warm, so I'm gonna unplug my headset. Right, I was gonna look at all our changes so far and see where we're at. Made some CSS changes, which looks good. This could be cleaned up a little bit. We'll clean it up in a second, but it's correctly encapsulated at least. This definitely needs cleaning up. This is fine. Another change down here. That's fine. Fine. It's fine. That's fine. Let's clean this up, huh? Where do we call this? Oops, not that. Just the one place. That's good. I don't think, so what I'm thinking here is the method is called ComboBox options. It now doesn't only return options, it returns options and or groups, not and or, options or groups. Should we rename it? I think it's fine if we do. But then if we rename this, we need to rename that. And this is a larger change. No, it's fine. It's fine for now.
Yeah, that might be.
So let's keep the name.
Might be a good one for like a smaller PR in the future, maybe.
Yeah, possibly. So we'll keep the name and we just know that it returns either options or groups. It's like a duck type. Like, yeah, okay. It's a renderable thing inside the list box. So now we need a name for this, which isn't trivial. If it was, I would just write it twice, usually. But it's not, so let's extract it. What's it doing? It's creating options from and here's why it's tricky. It's creating options from either a relation, not this, a non-group hash, an array of strings, an array of arrays, an array of hashes. So we can't name it like create option from attributes because that happens here. Let's just call it create options for lack of a better name, and we'll figure out if it holds up or not. Actually, it's creating list box options. So that's the distinction, actually. Like, I think I'm comfortable, this goes even, sorry, my mind is a mess here, but this even goes back to being okay with this being called parse combo box options when it's actually returning either options or groups. It's going to return list box, like the whole namespace, right? Either list box options or list box groups. Both of those are fine to doc type as an option, quote unquote. If you take the word option to mean an item in the list box, which is different to what this means and what this means. In any case, we could do create list box options or make into list box options. We'll see. And then we can just call this here. Don't need the paren. And here as well.
I think line 190. Oh, wait. Yeah, 184. You're missing the E on group name, I think.
Yes, thanks. Good catch. This I don't love. Is this what? Oh, I think I know what I want to do. Let me sketch out real quick. So if we could have an object, sort of like a factory that instantiates essentially a list item, which is actually a pretty good name for this. I know I just went in a sort of like diatribe about it being fine that they're called options, but what do you think about this? Parse combo box list items.
I think that makes sense to me.
They're not really the combo boxes, they're the list boxes. So could just do parse list items. Just do that. And so let me just sketch this out real quick. If we do like that could return either this or this. And I think it makes sense to encapsulate the like this logic. I don't think it should be a helper. Like we have way too many helpers as it is right now. So let's see how that would look. So I'll just create a class here in line. Class. Yeah, self, and then 4 options. Love that. Actually, I kind of want to have state here. Do new options items. Get the autocomplete there, always nice. Okay, private. So because we have state, we can now use, we can do this. And so this sort of like heuristic, which we might want to refine later, can go there. And then items, we'll do this. So if, yeah, that's exactly what it is. And so this, we can bring this into the class now. Don't need that. Don't need this. And then we can pull this out too, but I wanna make sure we didn't break anything at this point. Of course we did. What are we calling this? Oh, of course. Yeah, I totally forgot. We haven't implemented this at all. So, oh, this is pretty messy. Okay. Let's do, so what was the interface? Just 4, yeah. We can get rid of this. And then here, need to call it this method. Number of arguments. So the thing here is it's failing, and it's not showing me the full stack trace. I'm not sure why that happens, but it will show me the full stack trace if I error out here. Oh, it's already running. Here. Helper 195. 195. What's the problem? Wrong number of arguments given one. Oh, of course. But we do need to provide it because of this. Great. Need to pass this as well. It's being a whole thing. Starting to question whether this is worth it. Might be still. Forgot about this. Yeah, I'm starting to not like this at all. And we need to pass it here. We're passing things around. I need to give this some proper thought. I don't think I'll be able to do it like in the stream. There's just like too much. Like I need to actually think about this quietly. Does that make sense?
Oh, I can definitely relate to it.
Yeah. I'm wondering, like, because if I start like trying to model this in a way that I like, it'll take a while, and it's just going to be me like typing on the screen, which is like I think is good. Like that's what it looks like in real life. If anyone was curious, it's a lot of like just typing and prototyping things and being like, no, I don't like that, and just like riffing and sketching, and then finally finding a good like interface. So I think that's actually kind of boring to watch. So you sort of like got a taste for it right now. The viewers did, but I don't know. What do you think, Dean? Should we like could maybe take other questions, talk about something else, maybe dive into the design of or certain decisions made around the combo box? Maybe that's more interesting, and then people can look at the PR eventually when I do clean this up if they're curious. What do you think?
I mean, I'm fine with either way. I think.
Are there any questions in the chat?
I don't know if there's been any questions recently, but I would say that I guess for anyone that's curious, one of the concerns here is probably if you're passing around stuff like this so much, you're going to run into the issue of the people that have to use this engine down the line. This becomes cumbersome for them to have to use if you end up having to pass things through multiple methods in multiple different areas. So one of the concerns right now is probably not necessarily can you make it work like this, but can you make it work like this and still keep it friendly for the developer that ends up using the tool later on. So
yeah, there's some of that. I think that what's mainly on my mind right now is that this is getting smelly, and I don't think this is the right abstraction. Like having to pass this in, and then what I'm thinking, I haven't communicated this yet, but this render in proc only applies to these and not this.
Right.
So why am I passing it to the whole thing and persisting it as state? I haven't written this yet, but the next step is doing it here.
It's going everywhere.
So that's not, it's going everywhere and it doesn't apply to everything. It's sort of like the problem with the group and the option dichotomy. Like it's not, this isn't the right abstraction, I don't think. I mean, I don't think it's wrong. I really do love the name. It's descriptive of what's going on. And it might be that eventually rendering proc does apply to the grouped options because what I mentioned earlier, that's what we use to render HTML versions of the list items. And why not? Like maybe you could also render HTML for your group titles. So it might be that it does end up being like this, but this is premature. So what I would do, I think, is grab this and just save it somewhere. and I'll have it for reference, and I'll remember like this was an idea, maybe not the idea, maybe it is the idea, I don't know. But at this point, I'd rather just like split here. Maybe create a commit, like start a pull request, clean things up further, and maybe test some more. And only after I've implemented render and proc for groups and made it such that it applies to both branches, only then would I come up here and be like, you know what, this might have had legs. Let's keep going. But yeah, so we can do that, or we can end it here. We can talk about other stuff about the gems. What do you want to do, Dean?
I think if we, the first approach makes the most sense. If we just stick with, like, let's set aside the list items for now, and then just make a commit with the feature as is, and then that'll let you, I guess, think about it more going forward.
Okay, let's do that. So we still need this R groups thing, and that came from here. Yeah, okay. I think this all still applies. Let's check. Just gonna remove this, don't need it. Oops, wrong command. Did I remove this? Guess I did. And then I know I have it here, so I'm just going to copy it from the diff. Here it is. Might just do this. Does that work? Nope. Again with the render and proc. Right. I'll pass it in for now and we'll see. Okay. And I just realized because we did this, then groups should be supported with the render and stuff. So if we go to, let me make some space here. If we go to the group options thing and then pass whatever rendering options we passed to the other examples, like this. Oh, I guess we're going to need the CSS too. I'll just do it real quick because I'm curious if it'll work out of the box. I'm hoping it should.
I mean, so far your track record has been impeccable with things working out of the box.
We'll see. Do I need to maybe start? Probably not. Wrong one, wrong example. Yeah, it works. So it should look the same as this. Where is it? I thought I had like the flags, but I think that might have been from the documentation. This is like, this is custom HTML. Or no. I might have broken it actually. One sec. Just realized we're working off of main. Oh, I don't have my shortcuts from my work computer here. I'll just, I think I could do this, dash. Oh, don't really care. Okay. Yeah, we do have the, so something broke. If we run the whole test suite, I'm sure something will fail. Stash prop. Yeah, and I know, I've been feeling like we were too premature making this change. So let's just go back to what it was. So parse. And then this, just do that, and then this is this. No passing anything around. And of course, this is messy, but we'll clean it up eventually. Refresh that. Okay, it's fixed now, and then grouped options hopefully just work out of the box, and it does.
Beautiful.
Awesome. We broke something in the refactoring, but we'll figure that out. I'm moving too quick, I think. And probably a little bit scatterbrained, but anyway. So before I call this like a complete like commit and push it up, start a PR, whatnot, I would like to make it look at least relatively nice. One thing I'm wondering is, I noticed I get the whole, like if I select that, I get the whole thing of options. Yeah, I think that makes sense because that means the list box is, the overflow is defined with CSS. I just don't remember if that's the way it works for other ones. Guess it doesn't. Probably because of the markup that's changed. It's just interpreted different by the dev tools. Anyway, let's get rid of the decoration here for starters, huh? I forget how to do that, but I evidently did it for, I guess it didn't. I was gonna say I did it for the regular options, but I don't see any code for that. Oh, it would be option. Let's just start styling. So combo box group. Immediately I can see there's some padding there that I don't want. So padding, let's just go with 0 for now. Oh, that's why the decoration isn't, I don't need to hide it because it's like not visible. That's why I wasn't styling it, I think. Let's go back to the non-HTML options. Yeah. So this would be like the default styling. What else should we, let's style the label. I think the label could benefit from some padding, maybe even the same padding as the option. Let's see how this looks. I'm surprised. What's padding slim? I thought. .25 rum. Confused. How are we doing on time, Dean?
We are.
Is it still like?
Yeah, we're. I mean, I'm good for time, so it's ultimately up to your discretion.
Let's do. I think we can do like it's 5:20. Let's do to 6 for me. So 8 for you,
Yep,
I think.
that works.
Let's do that. I'm gonna take a quick nature break.
Yep.
I'll be right back.
Alrighty, sounds
Sound
good.
good?
Just want to thank everyone for hanging out so far. If you have any questions, feel free to leave them in chat. I will try to get to them. I saw the question about 37Signals. I'll try and get to that one as well as one that was asked previously. And then I'm also going to ask for the extensions because I know that was requested a couple times. So like VS Code plugins, extensions, etc. So if you have anything else you'd like to know, feel free to ask. I'm trying to keep a list while also trying to pay attention so I can be a little bit helpful at times. Yeah, all the code is, again, available at the Hotwire Combobox repo. So if you haven't checked it out before, I would recommend going through it. I'll leave a link to it in chat. This is a engine/gem, so that's why we can do the testing like this, because you see like the application itself on the left side. Thanks to it being an engine, it has a little dummy thing built into it, which lets it run like a little Rails app as like a test ground. And then this variations on the left side is custom built, but that lets Jose go through and like add options if he needs to, so that he can like have custom drop downs and stuff to check. Well, it's technically an engine, but you use engines through gems, so it's a little bit confusing, but it's a situation where it's kind of both, I guess. They're a little bit interchangeable in terms of, I don't know how you can talk about them. I haven't used the gem. Does the gem support the select field behavior, like selecting the text and adding ID as a value in the field? I can ask that once we get back, because I personally don't know. Yeah, that's one that I can't answer personally. Yeah, we talked about it earlier. If you're interested in creating like a Rails engine, or a gem or something, there is the Rails guides that you can look at, which I believe is how Jose got started with the gems, with the gem creation initially. So that's also worth taking a look at if this is something that you think you would be interested in learning. Are you learning just as we are? I mean, yeah. I don't know how he does half the stuff. I try and follow along and act semi-competent at times.
Hey, I'm back.
Welcome back. I did have one question for you,
Thank you.
which was, does the gem support the select field behavior, like selecting the text and adding the ID as a value in the field?
Yes.
Okay.
So what it'll do is you can decouple the text from the actual value. So here's an option. It's filterable as Alabama and autocompletable as Alabama, which means that essentially that behavior.
Mm-hmm.
And then it has a value, which is the ID of the state. So if you click on it, there's a hidden field here with the name that you specified, in this case, state, and the value isn't Alabama, it's the ID for the
Gotcha.
The option, and that's configurable. So it's the ID by default, but you can do anything there.
Makes sense.
Yeah. And I will say, because once I came back, people were talking about like learning, and I will say, like, you've seen, like, this is what it pretty much looks like when I'm developing the gem. I'm stumbling over myself, and then there are times where like something's not working, and it's probably going to be glaringly obvious once we watch the playback in the video, and it's going to be like, oh, that like that's my day to day, and I keep going back to, in my mind, to that moment when we were coding the group rendering. Let's check that out. And we're coding this, and we couldn't do it. And sometimes, like what we did today was, and I think both Dean and I realized this, we realized we were doing too much, and then take a step back and just like started from scratch and revisited our assumptions, and eventually landed on this, which I think is pretty close to what it will end up being. But sometimes you can also just like stop and like read attentively what you just wrote, and it'll just come to you like the mistake. And I would say do both, really. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because before I started like developing this gem, which is my first, I remember I thought gem, like I hadn't developed any gems because I thought that I wasn't ready. Like, oh, gem authors, they just like, they have it figured out and they know what they're doing all the time and don't make silly mistakes and whatnot. And now I'm at a point in my career where I'm confident enough in my skills to know like I'm ready to develop a gem. And I'm also confident enough in my skills to know that stumbling like that is pretty normal and it's fine. And sure, like I have a book here by Kent Beck, and then there's another by Martin Fowler, and they're both really good. The one I'm thinking about by Martin Fowler is called Refactoring. And the whole book is about taking like smaller steps. And that is a very good way, I will say, to like avoid those kind of silly mistakes. And if you go down that path, which is not what we did today and what we've been doing today, that's probably good, but it's also a little bit less fun. So my general advice would be to do that, not what we've been doing today. But also, this is the way I work. Honestly, like you've been seeing, like this is it, and this is what I do for work, and this is what I do for gem development. So if you ever find yourself stumbling and that kind of thing, just know, like, I mean, that's me as well. And as far as I know, lots of my coworkers, they're all better than me for sure. They do it too, and it's fine. And you're ready for gem development. You're a good place. Don't feel bad about your skills or anything like that. So yeah, just wanted to say that. And if you're a developer that doesn't stumble, then you're probably Kent Beck or you're Martin Fowler, and I have great admiration for you. You should write a book. I would read it. Anyway, let's get back to development.
No, I do think it's important to talk about that stuff though, because I feel like there is a perception of seeing the finished product and assuming that it went from 0 to that point without the stumbling. But the stumbling does happen every step of the way. It's just not, you're not going to put the stumbling into the gem itself because that's not the point of the gem. It's not to have like a mess that doesn't work. That's just the stuff that happens to get to the point where someone uses the tool. And it's similar with like the videos, right? I always talk about this. You see me write an application in 10 minutes. I spent 10 hours figuring out how to do it in 10 minutes. So.
Of course. Yeah, I appreciate you mentioning that. And that's part of the reason why I wanted to do this exercise, because I mean, I'm not saying I might be someone that you want to like emulate or whatnot. Like maybe you don't, but if there's the slightest notion that you might, then know that, I mean, it happens to me, right? And that's maybe the only reason I'm saying it is because I needed someone to tell me that.
Yep.
When I was starting out.
Those are the best messages though.
And no one did. Yeah. Hopefully it'll be good for someone to hear. If not, then we just spent a while pontificating on nonsense. Okay, let's go back to this. What were we? I can't remember what we were doing. Oh, we're styling the thing, right?
Yep.
Cool. So I think I added padding to this. I'm surprised that it's not showing up. I'm not sure why. Can't I? It's not here. Oh, I see my mistake. Speaking of stumbling, I had the name wrong for the class. Yeah, that's a little bit of padding. I kind of like that. Then maybe make it a little bit gray. Actually, I'm not sure I love it. Not a great designer myself. What colors do we have available? Let's just use this and see how it goes. That's too dark. When I said dark, I meant light. Sorry. I don't know. Let's just go with that. See what it looks. I guess it's down here.
Yeah, so there is, real quick, I just want to mention this. There is a WebAIM resource that you can go to. It's webaim.org. If you're ever curious about like the contrast differences between the text and the background, it'll tell you what your like what the contrast score is. I think it's webaim.org/resources/contrast checker. So for anyone in chat that's interested, that's a really good way to make sure. Here, I can actually send it in Discord to you. Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I got it.
Yep.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's just
I'll start here. Sorry, I cut you off.
Yeah, it's just a good tool to have if you're ever curious, like what your scores are like, if it's easily readable, because you might feel like it is or like it isn't, and then that's, to me, just gives you like a numerical quantification where you can say, oh, okay, this is good or this isn't good.
Yeah, this is helpful. Okay, this passes everything. Let's see. I don't mind it. I don't think it's ready, but it's close enough. So one thing that's weird is I'm realizing in this states example, there are lots of options within each group.
Yes.
So when I press the up key and I go to the last option, and then I go back, because, it was nice that we got the navigation out of the box where we don't select the options. That was great. But it also has a side effect, which is once I do that, we don't get scrolled to the top of the thing.
Oh, interesting. Because it scrolls.
So you don't see south.
Yeah, it scrolls to the top of the actual items, but not the group heading, I guess.
Yeah, what it's doing is it's scrolling to the selected option. So in this case, Alabama. Coincidentally, that is below the group title. So one thing I would like to do is have it behave not that way, essentially, and show the title.
Yeah.
That should be doable, and this will be good to test too. And then we can land our first commit and actually create a PR. What I'll do, I think, is I'll go to the navigation stuff, and this is, again, where the concerns breakdown comes in handy, because all of this is only navigation code, and it's nice. Then I don't have to look at anything else. And I'm wondering if it could be as simple as like just scrolling up here. Actually, let's select. I do other stuff for scrolling. Let me see what I can grab off of the library itself. Scroll into view. Preventing the body scroll for the engine. I guess not. So essentially, like to scroll the list box to the top, I think. And I forget how to do that, so let's just look it up. Unless you know offhand.
I don't know offhand. This is one that I always look up or go to ChatGPT for, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah. Me too, 100%. Is it that simple? Okay. So this acting list box, and I just happen to know that that's what we want. I can go into the actors stuff. if people want me to. Scroll into view, no, just scroll top, 0. Restart the server, try again. Oh, of course we don't.
Yeah.
We don't want to do it every
Now it's
time.
happening
We
every
just
time.
wanted to. Yeah, we didn't want to do it if it's the first option. So if index is 0, I think essentially. Yeah, this is what we want. Let's see. Yeah, it's not working. Is it maybe not entering here? Let's, I wonder if this is like, oh, I wonder if this is 0 indexed or not, or what the story is there. I'm just going to do some print debugging here.
Yeah.
Gotta love it. Okay, so that's 48. I go back. Oh, of course, this is arrow up. I want arrow down, actually. That's probably why it wasn't working. Okay, -1. Selected option is right because I'm, of course.
Oh, yep. That makes sense.
Yeah, so, right, that's what we want, I'm pretty sure. Start again. Gotta love F/1 errors.
There we go.
There you go. That's a pretty naive approach, but I mean, it works. I think that's fine. So now I'm wondering if this is the right place for this, and I think it is. Like, I don't want to pull out a method that knows how to navigate arrow down. Like, this is the method.
Yeah.
It's an anonymous one, but it is. See how this looks? No, I don't like that. Nope. This is how I format my code, by the way. Just like trying different things and see what looks better. Okay. Cool. Let's add it to the test. I need to split this up into multiple files too. I'll do that eventually. So type in combo box up. I think it should be Wyoming. Wisconsin. Oh, because we don't have like every single state. Oh, we do actually. Oh no, but the
It's different
Midwest
regions,
is
right? Yeah.
right, right. So Midwest is the last. Yeah, I was just checking if it also works without having navigated down first. Okay, we're going back up. So down means up, Alabama, but also assert text south. If we run this, it should pass, but also if we remove a change, then it should fail. Well, looks like it's gonna fail. Oh, right. Forgot to change Wyoming to Wisconsin. Okay. And then ideally, I would have written the test before making the change. But again, since we're working with system tests, I tend not to do that. Whoa, I'm surprised that passed, actually. I'm raising here so we can look at the state of it. Yeah, I don't see south. Why did it? I mean, the south is rendered on the page, but I think the driver should know that I meant like visible on the page.
Right.
Is there like an option I have to pass? I don't think so. In any case, if I do that, then we should get the, yeah, I see south now. I wonder if no, I'm surprised that passed actually. I've only run into things that are like seem impossible to test once before in this library, but it seems like this might be the second time.
It looks.
I'm not sure what.
It looks like you can add a type after the text for assert text and then set it to visible instead of all.
Like that?
I think so, if I'm reading this right. Unless type might come first. I don't know. I guess we can figure out.
Ah, you just linked me to it. Awesome.
Yeah, it looks like it's type, then text.
Gotcha. So not, okay. Assert text visible,
Yep.
and then kind of surprised because I haven't been passing anything. That's the first arg. Oh, it's overloaded. Gotcha. So you can pass just the text or type and then text. I thought that was impossible in Ruby. Might be misremembering.
Oh. Okay. That looks like that time it was me that crashed. Let's come back over to here. Maybe?
Getting some.
There we go.
Yeah, getting some notification noises, but I wasn't sure what that was about.
My Discord restarted. Fantastic timing.
Gotcha. Is the stream okay?
Yeah, the stream's okay. I was watching and then Discord went away and I was like, well, that doesn't look right.
I'm curious how this is implemented. Gotcha. Yeah, they do this. Because overloading isn't possible in Ruby to my knowledge.
Oh,
so they essentially, they do what we do. they take both and then check after the fact.
It's overloading with extra steps.
Yeah. So this doesn't seem to be working. Check. Well, I guess we'll have to go without testing. That's one of the few behaviors that's gone untested here. This is redundant then because we test that in other places. Okay, I think we might be ready to just like commit and create a PR, which is going to be in progress, but we still have to talk about this. So what do we do here? Is display none accessible? Number one query. Could also ask ChatGPT, but I'm not logged in here. This is the same site you shared before. Do use it for content if you want hidden from all users. So seems fine, right?
Yes, because you don't want it hidden from, or you don't want a screen reader to read it or for people to see it. So I think that encompasses both cases.
Cool. So I wonder if we can just inline this in the UL. So I'll grab it and go to group. So this is a reference. Can you do, I don't know if you can do like this sort of thing in this, in style tags. So it would be something like, not that. Display none. And then I don't think this will work actually. Yeah, I don't think I've ever done that. Display block. Yeah, no.
Yeah, ChatGPT seems to think you can't.
Yeah. You cannot, or you can?
You can't. It thinks you cannot. It's suggesting either a style tag in the header or using an actual class.
Yeah. I mean, one thing we could do is inline it in the partial, like as a style tag. And again, the reason I'm contemplating this is because, okay, let's take a step back here. It's only reasonable to disallow showing the groups if it's inaccessible. And we don't know that it is, actually. So it might be fine if someone wants to show them for some reason. Maybe it works for their app. So I think it might be fine to just leave it here in the CSS. Maybe just group it with the options styling. I guess we already have this. I've been doing alphabetical for this. I don't think that's great. I saw something at some point earlier in my career, this was years ago, where they would order the properties based on what they did, like box properties and then display properties and then color properties and then border properties, something like that. But I guess it's not that important here because it's not such a large or complicated file. Well, almost 300 lines. It's fine. I think that works.
Yeah, I think my default's usually I order by what it does, and then I order those blocks into alphabetical order.
Right.
So I do some amalgamation of both practices.
Yeah, that makes sense. If I could remember which properties go with each other, I would have done it.
And that's where it falls apart honestly. For me too.
Yeah. What does the chat think about this design?
Oh, that's
Are we happy with it? Do you think it looks good?
I will ask, and hopefully we'll get some responses. How do you feel about the current design?
If not, that's fine. We can just run with it. Okay, I'll start creating a branch for myself. Let's clean this up real quick. I think that's fine. Okay. Ooh, yeah, we need to clean this up. Really hit this. Maybe we can work on that and then wrap up. At least my part in the stream. Of course, you can keep streaming.
Oh, this is a
I really don't like this either.
dedicated combo box stream.
Let's just commit and then I'll clean that up. We can clean that up. All right, so I have this already set up in my work computer. I forget I have to do that here. I'm not signed in. One sec. Here you go. Always helps to view the changes in context. I do this constantly. Every few, I guess, hours. All right, so part of cleaning this up is knowing what to do with this. So methods is weird because what it is you can, I'll show you the code. I think that'll be easier. Here you go. In the event that you are dealing with an array of active records, you can pass which methods you would like to use for the ID, for the display, for the value, etc. And I sort of touched on this when I was talking about the value, this value, and how we get to that. This is how we get to that. This is why it defaults to calling ID. At some point in the call chain, methods ID defaults to ID, to the method ID, or the symbol ID, rather. Same for methods display. That defaults to combo box display. So all that to say, that doesn't apply to groups. But render in, I think, could apply to groups. I lost my place here. Where are we? Here we go. Okay. This could apply to groups. What would that look like? What do you think about the use case where, I guess it's not running anymore. Well, where you would render HTML as a group title?
I could see that. Yeah, I could see that being.
Oh, sorry.
Like maybe you want to just, I don't know, shot in the dark. Maybe you want to make like the group title a link to a page with all of the group items, I guess. And then you could pass in like a link as the HTML. I don't know. Maybe.
That's interesting. I was thinking more like in terms of styling it.
Gotcha.
Because like, yeah, the anchor tag is a good use case. Like, trying to think how that would work. Like, you would, let's go back to rendering HTML for a sec.
Didn't mean to throw a big wrench in it. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's important to like design for the correct use case. So partial, I think that's what it is. State. Yeah. I'm missing the image though. Oh, because of the CSS. I don't have the CSS. Let's bring it back for a sec. There you go. Looks awful, I know. Actually, one thing we could do is just remove this. That's for testing purposes only anyway. That looks a little bit better. Okay. Minus the highlight, which is horrible. Okay. So I don't know that it's useful at all, honestly. Like, say, the use case I always had in mind when building HTML rendering for the options, which we have here, is a drop-down where you would select people and you have like their avatars, right?
Gotcha.
Like that seems like a pretty common use case. Or maybe companies, and you have like their logos. If, like, let's go with the people example. Maybe the use case would be like, there are people in your, let's say Basecamp, you have your Basecamp account, and then there are like clients that belong to different like organizations or different companies. So you would group the people by company, people in your company, and then people in client A, and then people in client B. I don't think that you necessarily need the group separators to be like super complicated. Yeah, you want the people avatars in the option, but why would you possibly want to render inside the option title slot?
Yeah,
Can you think of anything that would be useful to render aside from the anchor tag?
I can't. It feels like something where you style it once, then you're largely done. Like, I don't think you really need to differentiate between the Basecamp employee group header and the client's group header. Like, maybe make one black and one red, but I don't know why you would want to do that.
It's a good point, actually. One thing you could do is you could use CSS to just style the nth group, right? So if the use case is, oh, I want to make this red and the other group black, that's fine. Like you could do it with CSS currently. So I'm thinking like, is there any use case where you would want to render like actual complicated nested divs inside the group title slot? I can't think of any. Maybe it's not necessary. Maybe the person who opened the discussion has some use cases. Well, there you go. He even like they shared, I want to assume, their, I would assume this is their app and this is what they want to do. So this would be the style. You can do this currently. All right, I'm gonna call it. I don't think we need the render in option to apply to the groups. So that means that complicates things here. Because that question about whether we need this in both branches, we just answered that, and the answer seems to be no. So I'm sort of conflicted, thinking out loud here, because I would love for both concepts, options and groups, to be bucketed into one single thing, which I thought was going to be this. Like this API makes sense to me. What do you think about it?
No, I think that makes sense to me. I don't think. Sorry, I'm just reading through chat. No, I think this is fine.
Yeah, I would love to have that, but if we want that, we need to share the state. Like, how equivalent are these? Really, are they the same duck type? Really, if one of them needs this and the other doesn't, maybe they're not. Oh, one sec. But they do need both branches do need it. I guess I can't believe I didn't see this before. because groups render their own options and their options need it.
Oh, of course.
Right? So both branches do need it. And so maybe we're back here, like maybe we're back to this and it wasn't such a bad abstraction after all. It will look like, so let's finish writing this. So methods. And then readers for all of them. I keep trying to save after. Again. Where do we use this? Because we're using it inside the class now. And if we need it outside, then that's a problem, kind of. But it doesn't seem like we do. So all of this can just come inside this new class. Again, with the saving. It's muscle memory for you.
Yeah, those habits will get you.
Yeah.
Then the one time you don't do it, it's in a file that matters, and then VS Code restarts, and there goes all your work.
Yeah, 100%. Liking this so far. Really dislike how this looks. It seems complicated. I don't usually use explainer variables if I can help it, unless they're needed. Not options, attributes. Does that look better? I think it does. And then just for symmetry, which doesn't really matter, but
It helps you sleep at night.
yeah, it's nice that they look the same, honestly. If they divert later, that's fine. But currently, it's nice that they can be similar. It's actually singular option attributes. And then this is actually part of the state now. We don't need to pass it in, which comes back to what I said about abstracting percenters. And this is too. So maybe we don't need the explainer variable after all. One thing about methods is that methods is a method in object, I think. Yep. Kernel, actually. So we're sort of like overriding it, which isn't ideal. You just call it custom methods. Try that. So I'm just going to inline this class inside the helper file, and we can extract it later properly. Just want to make sure that it works. check it out. Again, with the stack trace issues. $168. Given 1, expected 2, right? Because this is, I think I'm passing a quarg. Actually, no, I'm not passing anything now that I remember it. Yeah. Right. Well, we only called that from here, and then this calls this, and then this calls that. So all of these, and I know for a fact that that's the only call site for all three. They can all go in the same place. So I don't want to jump to conclusions, but sometimes when this starts happening and you start like cleaning up your helper, that usually means, yeah, it was time to extract a presenter. But we'll see. We can just rename all this. No need for namespacing. Call render and proc. And then call method. Actually, call render in proc hasn't been brought in yet. There you go. And then call method or proc. Can do without the namespace. And finally call method.
Yeah, I have to say, I think you've managed to convert quite a few people to using the gem today. I've seen quite a few people mention that this is something they normally have to build every time, and they really get tired of having to build it each time.
Nice. Love that. Oh, right. This is outside of the class, so that should be fine unless I messed up somehow. I'm moving too fast again. Or making big sweeping changes, which isn't ideal. South is not an active model compatible object. It's attempting to just render the word south. Where's the class again? So somehow we got the word south here. That would only happen if we pass the name as an option. We instantiate those here. So this includes options, apparently. Right, because, okay, I made a typo here. So this is wrong, but this is referencing the whole, like,
The actual
this.
options, yeah.
Right. So what's a good name for this? Actually, we might not even need a name. Just do that. And then for this, just do that. I think it looks fine. There you go. And so we have a new class. Let's look at it in isolation. So let's like bring it out of here. And I would say this is, we haven't passed the view, but I would say this is the presenter. List box. Let's go with list box item. Maybe something like that. Let me know what you think about these names, by the way. Actually, I have the whole class in my clipboard. This box, item singular, and this would be collection.
Yeah, I mean, this makes sense. This is where I'd
make sure it's
go to look for it. Just also,
do we still have the focus? Sorry, what was that?
Just also not trying to talk while you have a bunch of code in your clipboard because I don't want to distract you. So I'm sitting here like,
It's all good. It's all good. Let's look at it in isolation, see if it makes sense. It's going to read it from top to bottom. This I don't love. I'll come back to why in a second. I think the other stuff makes sense. This I think is too generic to be inside this class, but that's fine. If we do end up like using it somewhere else, we can just extract it to a concern and include it. So I'm comfortable with it leaving here for a while. But this makes me question whether this is actually the only way to render grouped options. Going back to the initial discussion, I'm wondering if this is actually like, if people will miss this, being able to pass this. Well, they kind of, maybe if you call to A on a hash, I think you get this sort of data structure. And if bar is an array, so I think we can find a way to match both the hash syntax and this. And that would be this is cryptic, but I think it would work. I think it's a step in the right direction. We're not done yet, but I think this works. Is there any, would you ever get here with something that doesn't respond to 2A? I don't think so. This does. This doesn't, but it doesn't reach this far down the code path. This does, and these are already arrays, which is fine, I think. Yep. Let's try it. Yeah, it works. Now let's pass like literally this and see what happens. Yeah, it works. Cool. So I'm sure, well, not sure, but I assume Rails doesn't do something as, let's say, naive as this. Let's see if we can like see the implementation, copy whatever they do. They iterate on it. So each one of these or rather each one of these. And then they extract the label and the rest of it. So we could do, essentially we're gonna do the same thing, but it's gonna be easier to grok as a reader if we do options 2A first. So grab the first option. That's reasonable, I think. And then split it. Group, name, and value. We could do key and value. And then if value is an array, I think that works.
Yeah, if that works, that's a lot easier to find.
Seems like it broke.
So might be a big if though.
I think we're close. It's just, oh, it didn't raise. It's just, oh, of course, because the test failed, not because the code broke, but because we have different data.
Oh yeah, because it's coupled to not the North America example. It's the regions, right?
Right. Exactly. I wonder if we should test this. I'll get back to that. We'll put a pin on it. Yeah, test passes. So going back to this, is this correct? So is it always key and value? Not that it matters, actually. If it's an active record relation and you call 2A on it, so state.all, and then 2A, that just returns an array. And then first, that's just an active record. If you do key and value, value is just nil, I think. Yep. I'll try this. Well, not that. State all to A first, then oops. Yeah, that works. I don't know if I like that better. Let's see. Then key value. No, it's just getting more cryptic. Yeah. I think I like the first iteration the best, honestly. This doesn't even work. That's because of that. So it does work, but I don't know. What do you think? Do you also like the first one better?
Yeah, I think the first. I think that's. coming from like the perspective of trying to find it, I think that's more discoverable, if that makes sense. I think there's clearly some voodoo happening here, but personally I prefer
Yeah,
this
let's just
over
leave
the
it at
block.
that.
Yeah.
Cool. So we could test this. I think it's covered by the system tests though. Let's just test the other, this notation as well. No reason not to. And the reason I want to support it is because it'll make it easier for people who are already using like some parsing logic to get to this object shape. They can migrate to the combo box pretty easily.
Yeah.
If we just support it. I really don't like this notation though. I find it super confusing. Is that better?
Yeah, it's definitely something to look at, that's for sure.
Yeah. Oh man, I don't think it's ever going to look acceptable to me. So let's just leave it at that.
I love it.
Okay. I'm just going to give an ID. Weird. It's okay. Let's see if that renders correctly. Probably should. Yep. Add this to the tests. I think it can go here. So open combo box. Weird. State field. Not South. I think it's North American. Yep. And option with text, United States. Press down, you should land in the United States, not North America. Cool. All right, passing. Let's run the whole suite. Huh. Okay, already got some failures. Probably gonna be more than one, that's fine.
Yeah, it looks like it's mostly the call method.
So yes, we're probably using it somewhere else. Yeah, we did say that was pretty generic to live in that class. Seems like it's the multi-select stuff that's failing, but it's not giving me a full stack trace. So see if that works. Cool. Well, I guess it's somewhere in here. Right. Of course. Because we were initially inlining that class, I just did a find and replace all, and that was short-sighted of me. So we can just do hotwire call method and bring it back here. Yeah, probably for the best. So I'm going to pull out all the generic stuff. First item? No, just item. So I'll bring it back to their old names. I think this might be fine here. Bring these back. This is how you would pass the view to a presenter, by the way. And this just turned into at least what I consider usually a legit presenter. Right. Of course. View. Actually, I tend to do this, pass the view first. And then all of these methods that start with the HW just go with the view. See how that looks. Yeah. Private method called, of course. I think it's these two that we need to make public. No, just call method or proc. I have this section for like public methods that are technically only meant for the library.
There's definitely a lot to manage when you're making a gem like this.
Yeah.
You're public, you're not really public, you're public, but it's for the other developers public.
Yeah, exactly. Neutered exception, this is a new one to me. Right, so I guess we also need to pull that out. Yeah. It's for the blank option. Well, the blank option is technically an option. I wonder if that logic should live in the list item class. I think it might be, let's try it. So what are the blank methods? Seems like just these two. Right, so what this is doing is it's getting the item collection, and then it's unshifting it or prepending the blank option. That logic can live in the class, the new class here, if we pass the blank option stuff. So include blank, essentially. And so we can do away with this method, which would be great, actually, because I hate passing things around. It's my place. Just do that. Ooh, I really like that, actually. I don't know, at this point, I'm just trying stuff. We'll see how it all looks in the end.
All part of the process.
Yeah. Actually, I like the methods going last. Include blank. Okay, so now we have access to that. Now we unshift the final result. Call this items. Could also do some like. Yeah, I think I like this better. It's very clear that we're returning items. Okay. So now we need to bring this in. Let's just make sure we only call it from one place, which I think we do. Yep. Call it blank option. Include blank is now part of the state. We don't need to pass it anymore. And now we need to call this, or bring it in rather. And I'm pretty sure we only call it from the one place. Yep. This, I think, lives in the view, rightfully so, or not. I'm surprised we only call it there, because it's what creates a proc out of the render in options. could just bring it in and see what breaks. I think I'll just do that.
That's the spirit.
Yeah. It's a good thing about having a test suite. Let's do it. So the thing is, it's already a proc. It starts out as a hash. That's how you pass it on to the tag. At some point it becomes a proc, and when we get here, it's already a proc. So I thought we did that via that method that I just moved. Let me see. It's important because if right, so here's the thing. There's no rendering proc here yet. It starts out as a hash, and then we need to turn it into a proc. So pass it as a hash. So we call this a couple times render and proc here because previously, when we got to this point, it was already a proc. It's not anymore. And the name coincides with this method now. So what I'm doing is just changing it so that it can optionally receive an argument. If it does, it'll transform that into a proc. And if it doesn't, it'll just use the render in state. A little bit smelly, but I think fine for now. Let's see what I broke, because I definitely broke something. Also, are people still with us? Or
Yeah,
I feel like
we
got silent for a bit.
They've been asking about books and extensions, and I was telling them that I'll hold off questions until the end for recommendations.
Sounds good. I'll definitely get to those.
Yeah.
I do have some recommendations in mind.
Yeah,
Let me just see what broke.
Been trying to hold the floodgates for the coding section, but of course they see a bookshelf and everyone's like, "What's on the bookshelf? Book recommendations. What plugins is he using?" And I'm like,
Right.
"Please." Talk about context switching.
Right. I'll get to it. I promise. Let me just figure this out because I'm juggling a ton of stuff that I shouldn't be juggling. I definitely need to reread those Martin Fowler books that I was talking about. I bet also like my coworkers are senior to me. Like I don't know if they do this or they do the step-by-step approach. I have a feeling like a lot of people do this and then hate themselves for it.
Privately, we do this, but publicly,
it's fun. Yeah, it's the fun part to me. To me, this is fun. I'm surprised. What's going on here? Like, yeah, definitely broke something. Shit. But I would expect it to like actually break. Let's does this work the way I think it does? Maybe it doesn't. No, I'm pretty sure it does. Of course, I need to start. Oh, guess not. Given 0, expected 1. All right. Let's just pass render it every time, sorry. I bet it's getting confused somewhere here. Let me just reuse that name so much. Item line 99. So somewhere we're calling this with no args. It's only 16 times. We can, oh, of course, I forgot about those conditionals. And actually, I think we need to call present because renderin is a hash. We could extract this into a method now that it's a class, but we'll do that later. Yeah. Shit.
Oh, the weird one still works.
Right, the ugly one. That's good. It's progress. I think we're pretty close. Once it's working, I'll refactor it, which I'm sure is not the way you should do it, but it's the way I do it. So what is rendered? Not the content. Let's see if the normal ones function. Nope. We are creating the options because otherwise we're going to get this with the data value and whatnot. So the thing is, this isn't. Okay. Let's take a break and talk about the books and whatnot, and we'll come back to this. I'm sure I'll fix it pretty soon anyway. So what were the questions?
Yeah, so first question that I said I'd get at some point, they were curious about your extensions in your VS Code. Let's start with that one.
Let's take a look at those. Yeah.
I guess a personal question.
I'm not sure that I use...
If I may,
yeah, go ahead.
Do you have any plans to create a dev container for contributing to this project? So it seems to be the way that we're heading in future-ish Rails versions.
Yeah, I don't know, because setting up this project specifically is pretty straightforward.
Right.
If you have Ruby and Rails running, then you should have no problem running any of these. just installing gems. Well, homebrew too. This might be the thing that pushes me over the edge for that, but I don't know. Like this is the only thing really, and also it's only installing like Chrome driver and Google Chrome, which most people probably already have. So I don't know. Maybe if people really need it, but I feel like it's pretty straightforward setup for now. Extensions. I don't know that I use all of these, honestly. Let's see what we have. I guess I do have Copilot. These, I think, come bundled by default. I didn't install these. I use this to hide the activity bar, the status bar. I have that over here. I don't ever use it, actually. I just use keyboard shortcuts to navigate VS Code. This, I think, if it's what I think it is, then I use it a lot. Actually, no, it's not what I think it is. I don't use it at all. Never mind. We'll get to the one that I'm thinking about. This comes out of the box. I think I didn't install that. What is this? A theme? Yeah, I don't think I use that. I used to use this, not anymore. Don't use that or that. I use this. This I can recommend. This is for taking like pics of and this is for like tweets. So I don't know. I'll open any file, and you should select something and do snap. I think code snap, and it'll create that little like preview.
So it does like a carbonize for it, but in VS. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go add that one myself.
Right. I think you might want to look into like the source because this isn't the original.
Okay.
They like forked some library, but this like seemed fine because of the number of downloads. And 64 is pretty decent for VS Code extension. And then I looked at the code, I think, and it was reasonable. So I don't like installing too much without like looking into the code, but yeah. Well, that's one that I do use. I don't use this at all. Actually, I'm just gonna uninstall it now. Not that it's bad. I just never learned how to use it, and I don't use it. I don't use this either. I'm just gonna clean up.
This is exactly how I felt because I always have people asking me this question. I'm like, I don't know. I have like 80 or 90 extensions, and I probably only actively use 5 or 10 of them.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure I used this at some point. I've done my experimenting with Elixir and Phoenix, and I'll keep this one. EJS I don't use for active development. We have some legacy EJS templates in Basecamp. So that's why I have that, but I don't use it actively. Same as the other Elixir one. Email, oh yeah, this comes handy for Hey and Hey bugs. Yeah, I do enjoy this. It highlights it gives you like a proper highlighter of the whole row when there's an error. I don't remember using this actively. I only used this a couple times. Excel viewer. Sorry, I'm just like listing. I'm just running through them. I don't know. Theme, and then support for GitHub Actions, Copilot. This is what I used to use before. GitLens I highly recommend. I feel like this is a pretty common one. I don't use this one anymore. Headwind is fine. It reorders your Tailwind classes, but it's more. It's been a headache when I open a project that doesn't use this, because every time you save, it reorders the classes.
It makes for lovely,
unnecessary tips.
Yeah, you get a big PR and you changed one line.
Exactly. So what I usually do there is disable it for the project, but I do enjoy using it for my own projects. I guess this is installed. I don't remember using this. Yeah, I don't know what I use this for, but I'm sure it looks important. I don't know. This is my own fork of an extension called GoToTest. And I don't use it anymore that I can remember because it was superseded by another one that I'm sure we'll get to at some point, Rails Fast Nav. But what it does essentially is let's go to Combo Box controller. I have a keyboard shortcut set up so that I can go to any of the views from here and the tests as well. There's no tests that correspond to this file, but that's what I use. Rails FastNav can really recommend that one. But I used to use my own fork of this, not anymore. I don't just install it. I don't think I installed that. I think that might come out of the box. Kotlin, I sometimes open our Android projects in VS Code. So yeah, for the off chance I have to deal with Liquid, I don't do that often. This I don't use anymore. Yeah, this is nice for when I'm drawing mermaid diagrams. If you don't know what that is, definitely check it out. You can turn this essentially code into like an actual diagram. It's really nice. And GitHub supports it. More themes. Oh, I use this a lot. I have a keyboard shortcut so that I can like skip lines 10 lines at a time. I think this is what I use for that. More themes. This I don't use. It colors your window, like when you have multiple VS Code windows, for example, like Basecamp and Hey, and maybe a couple others, or other products. It colors the pane so that you know which one you're looking at, but I don't like how it looks, so I don't use it. Phoenix, I don't use either of these, save for like maybe some projects. Pretty type. Huh, I didn't know this wasn't supported out of the box, but I guess you need an extension. This is for highlighting proc files. I didn't know I had this. This looks pretty convenient, actually. Oh, this is really cool. I guess it doesn't work. Oh, there you go. I don't know. It took too long. I don't know if I'll be using that. This is the original one that I forked. I think this gives you auto-completion for routes. I might be so used to it that I don't notice that I have it enabled. So this might be one to check out. I don't use this at all. I think when I tried it, it wasn't working. So I'll just uninstall. This I use pretty often. So just a shortcut to the latest migration. Of course, there are no migrations here. It's an engine. I don't think I use this. Oh no, I do use it. Yeah, whenever I need to like edit CSV files. This I don't think I use. And then Ruby LSP is highly recommended. This is definitely, it seems like this is the way the community is going. More themes. I use this just to like have a shortcut for these. It's pretty useful for that. I think it does other things, but that's what I use it for. Slim, I was in a Slim project once. I'm not anymore, so I'll keep it, but I'll use it often. This is very handy. I don't think I have SVGs here, but whenever you're looking at the SVG code, you can click an icon and it'll open the preview next to it. Tailwind IntelliSense, definitely use that. Tailwind Docs, I don't remember using this, but that seems convenient. More themes. We're almost to the bottom of this. Sorry, it's taking a while. Yeah, there's some like native VS Code bindings for the debugger, but I don't use them. Not often anyway. This would be for the like this.
Yeah.
Debug.
That one's kind of hit and miss for me personally.
Yeah. I guess I have this to view PDFs. I don't remember ever needing it, but it seems convenient. I'll keep it. And then these are kind of like grayed out. I don't know if that means disabled globally. Okay. I don't remember doing that, but that's fine. This seems pretty convenient and people seem to love it. I might re-enable this. I don't know why I turned it off. And then Vim from when I actually tried to learn the key bindings and failed miserably. I don't think Vim is for me personally. Yeah, that's all of them. I can't believe I actually just ran down the whole list, but that's all.
Yeah, I figured it was going to be
Anything
something like
else?
that because you don't pay attention to it when they're just installed until you go. Like I was trying out the dev containers the other day, and it opened up a blank VS Code project with like 4 extensions, and I was like, oh yeah, it turns out a lot of the code that I think I write, I don't actually write. It's just being handled by an extension somewhere.
Yeah, I have the same experience for sure.
All right, and then we had, I guess there was the book question. There was a couple different questions, but I'm just going to phrase it as, do you have any recommendations that you think would be good for people to read if they're trying to learn, or anything in particular on your shelf behind you that you'd like to draw attention to?
Yeah, I'll answer that question with, before I say any books, I would recommend you read source code. We just put out a library called SolidQ, and Rosa, she was my mentor in 37Signals for a while. She is just, I really believe she's the best coder in the world. I really admire her as a programmer, and she wrote most of the code in SolidQ. So if you can read that, you'll have a really good reference. And I mean, just like a lot of 37Signals libraries are really well written, so might start there. And also like other libraries, there's I recently found this one, Flipper, not Flipper Zero. It's a gem. Flipper Cloud.
Oh yeah,
this I thought was well written.
Right? Sorry.
Yes. No, it is. Yeah. I thought this was well written, so you could read that, and I'll stop there. Like, reading source code is really beneficial. And then in terms of books, for sure, the one that I always recommend is Pooter, Practical Object-Oriented Design in Ruby by Sandy Metz. She is incredible as well, and this is a really good book. She has another one that she co-wrote with someone, a couple people actually. Where's her page? I guess not that. It's called 99 Bottles of OP, I think. Yep. That's a good book as well. And I might catch some flack for this, but Clean Code is not a bad read. You just need to not take a dogmatic approach to it, which is the reputation that it sometimes gets, that people are very dogmatic about it. But I definitely find it was helpful. I found it helpful for myself. And I definitely still apply a lot of what I learned there. And then Clean Coder is another one that, again, don't take it as dogma. Like Uncle Bob definitely has, he can become kind of controversial for sure. So, I mean, just read what he has to say and then keep whatever works for you, I guess. Just be critical of whatever you read, and then if it makes sense to you, then keep it. And if not, then disregard it. It's fine. Yeah. I think those would be like, oh, there's this one that I really enjoyed, and I have it here because I referenced it a little bit ago. Is Designing Data-Intensive Applications. It's not an easy read, not for me anyway. This is not the kind of programming that I do, but it teaches you a lot about, like, for example, how databases work and how like large-scale systems work. And I honestly don't have to think about that too much in my day-to-day programming for product, but it's good to like have that foundational knowledge, because whenever those nasty bugs come up, it's good to like understand what the underlying technology is. Trying to think of any others. Well, there's domain-driven design that's up there, of course. Again, it's a big book. Maybe don't like try to read like every bit of it. Just like skim through it, and whenever you read something that you think might be worthwhile, then slow down. What else? Yeah, for technical books, I think that's it. Well, I mentioned Refactoring by Martin Fowler earlier. That's a good one too. And then Kent Beck just put out this other book. I think I have it somewhere here. It's called Tidy First. And I feel like it's a recollection of like other stuff that he said before. So there was nothing new in that book. But if you're not familiar with his like advice generally, then it's a good read because it's really like slim. It's a quick read. You can read it in one afternoon. It's packed with like really good advice that again you can be critical of and only follow whatever makes sense to you. I feel like I have it somewhere around here, but I don't see it. Anyway, it has a picture of a cat. Here it is. It's this one. Tidy First. This was a nice read. Pretty quick read too. Yeah, I think I'll leave it there. Anything else?
Yes, there was a question about the source code. When you read source code, do you get the project up and running, or do you usually skim through it and try to understand it that way?
I almost never run it unless I'm intending to contribute. And I guess this comes back to gem development in general and what we were saying about like just doing it. And I don't contribute often, honestly. Like my first like big contributions came from this gem specifically. And of course, like for work, like I had some minor contributions, not minor, like just not super major. So all that to say, like, again, you don't have to be super experienced in gem and library development to like start doing your own thing. But coming back to the question, I don't usually run it because that just takes time. And most of the time I'm only interested in like learning from the author, not necessarily contributing. Again, unless I happen to be interested in contributing. So I'll clone it and open it in VS Code, but only because that's what I'm most comfortable with when navigating the project. So depending on what the project is, if it's a Rails engine, if it's just a standalone gem, if it's a JavaScript thing, like I might want to like start navigating it certain ways. And like Command P, for example, is a really helpful shortcut for that. So if I want to look at the models, like I might just do like models / and start looking through things. Yeah, so that's what I do. Anything else?
I think we covered books, we covered extensions. There were a couple questions that I'll try and distill in some way, which is mostly just, I guess, general interest in what you do at 37, whatever you're comfortable with talking about, like what your responsibilities are as a developer. Maybe hand wave it a little bit so you don't say anything that gets you in trouble.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'll keep it general and I'll say like I mostly work on product code. Basecamp has been sort of like my bread and butter for the past year and a half. And we all work on everything. But like it's not unusual to like for the cycle project specifically, like you'll get assigned a project and often for me that's Basecamp, but not always. And then we have an on-call shift, which the DHH has talked publicly about. And everyone, like we have an on-call rotation and then you get to work like on every single product, which there's a misconception sometimes that we only have like Basecamp and Hey and the once products now. We have a lot of like legacy products too that we still maintain, which is always fun. Yeah, that's what I do. My role at 37Signals is that of I think I'm one of the few like only people that are only called programmers. Most people are like senior programmers or like lead programmers, principal programmers. I'm just programmer. That's what I am. But I feel like I'm growing in my career and that might change at some point, hopefully soon. But I mean, I'm just speculating here. I haven't been told anything. But I definitely feel like I've been growing and it's been fun. So we'll see where that goes. Yeah, that's what I do.
There you go. I think that gets us through the queue of questions that I've got jotted down.
Sweet. So my wife hasn't looked for me yet. I was expecting like a message like, oh, the baby like needs some assistance, but it hasn't happened yet. I'm sure. Actually, let me make sure. If not, then we can just finish the refactoring, if that's okay with you.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Family first,
Yeah, no,
refactoring second, and I've personally streamed until like 3 in the morning, so I'm not in any rush to get anywhere. So
yeah, no messages yet. Okay, so where were we? Right, I remember now. The render in stuff was, or at least I think that's what. So that's the thing with making big sweeping changes. I don't seem to learn my lesson here, and I don't know what broke it, but I have a sneaking suspicion that it's this. It's the naming and having removed the prefix and like moving it here. We'll figure it out. So I notice we do have the correct attributes here. So the option is getting rendered. The value is correct. So this is working. The thing is, I don't see autocompletable as and filterable as, and that's what display does. And then content is a way to override specifically what's shown in the slot. So I think we have a problem here, which confirms my suspicion. Let's return early here and see if that fixes our problems, just so we can pinpoint what the problem is. I guess it's not that then. Oh, see all. Let's take a debugger here and see what's actually being returned as the options. So state options is a collection. Yeah. It's a collection of listbox option objects. So I can see the option struct here. It gets instantiated here. And I see ID and value are set correctly. So whatever we're passing here when instantiating is missing display and content, and thus filterable as and not complete as. So this, again, so what's surprising to me is that display isn't working. Like I could understand content, but not display. Is it because this is empty? Let's stick a debugger here. Get rid of the other one. So what's this? There you go. Do we have any custom methods? Oh, right. I think I know what's happening. Yeah, so remember this? This is how it knows to default to ComboBox display to fill in the display. And we're not forwarding that here. So we just got to take the methods and merge display. I think that'll do it. Yeah. Okay. So now we can clean this up too. Actually, let's just run the whole suite. There's a conversation to be had about how come these two get keyword arguments and not the others. I'll tackle that in a sec. Seems like rendering, HTML rendering is broken. That makes sense because it's the render in stuff that we were looking at earlier. Oh, right. This is supposed to have flags, right? Do I still have that early return from the method?
I see a nil there.
Yep. Might be why. I mean, they'll do it. Undefined method render, probably need to delegate to the view. This is happening. Item 101. Yeah. There you go. Can I filter? Yes. But also, what's up with these? that's a CSS thing. It's fine. Good. Ah, deliberated too early. That's fine. Wrong number of arguments. I can deal with that, and it's only one. Include blank. Oh, right. This is just a partial. I don't get the actual stack trace. Full trace, item 84. Item 84. Where do we pass an argument to this? Oh, I see. Cool. Did we ever get input from the chat on the design for grouped
I
options?
don't think we did. I think we went straight to books when that was asked.
Gotcha. That's fine. I think this looks fine. I only thought of it because I'm actually also unsure about the design for blank options, which is this. It gets like this separator. And the reason for that is because everything else is sorted. Usually, depends on how you set it up, but usually it's sorted. And then it's weird if all is just like within that whole list. So that's why it comes first. And then it's weird if all comes before 12 Angry Men and then all the A's.
Right.
So that's why I added like a separator. This is paginated. That's why it's weird. Okay. I think we're good now. I wonder what blank options would look like in grouped combo boxes. Let's take a look at that. All right, they all passed. What about the helper tests? These run pretty quick. Cool. Let's just make a commit. Can select it. Pull out a new class. It was a nice cleanup for the helper. Wow. Look at that.
Just for anyone that's curious, I just posted the link to the PR in chat. So if you want to go take a look at it yourself, you're of course free to do so. One of the benefits of open source tools.
Right. Include blank is what it is. It's not working. What am I missing here? Oh. Right. This is a good thing that we checked. It's not working. And that's because we're not prepending to the groups. We're only prepending to options here. I wonder. Let's do this. Yep. I don't love the way it looks, but I also don't hate it. No, I think it's fine, actually. I love when things just work out of the box like this, like filtering also filters for a blank option, and it's at the top as it should.
Again, you got to pat yourself on the back. You've built something here that a lot of the features you want to implement just kind of work when you test them out, even if they were unintended.
Appreciate you mentioning it. Yeah, I appreciate you mentioning it. Definitely worked hard to, I mean, it's intentional, it's not by accident. But of course, it doesn't always turn out that way. I won't pretend that I don't make mistakes. I, of course, do. But this has worked, so that's good.
Well, I think if nothing else, it's proof that your efforts are fruitful. Maybe not always, but
right.
At the very least, you go to try something like that and you go, oh, look, I have the divider, I have the all, I can click on it.
Yeah.
It just works TM.
Right, TM. I think I can clean this up. Let's see. I don't think I'll like this, but oof. No. I think I'll just pull the if statement into its own method. So items equals something like that. Ready to test for it. Again, testing after the feature. That's fine. Weirder. I love that. I think that's what it's called. See if you with blank. Yep. Assert option. Sure. Did we do all or none? I think we did all. Assert group. Assert option text Alabama in that order. And then if I type down, no, we should get all, and then if we type down again, then we get all that one. Is that right? Yep. Let's check. Oh, I'm surprised. I forgot I just ran the one. I was like, did it finish already?
Could put Kamir on the spot. Looks like he's in chat. If we need an opinion on the look and feel of the drop downs, he's probably the guy.
Love it. What do you think?
What do you think, Kamir? What are your thoughts on the drop downs, yay or nay? This is a grouped select combo box.
what they say.
I don't know if that's productive. Okay, it's out of the box styling. You're not going to get Tailwind. Oh my god.
Yeah, these are meant to look pretty generic. You can style them on your own too. Wait, I think we can commit this.
If it's out of the box, it's actually great. There you go. From the man himself.
Awesome. That's validated.
Better than Bootstrap.
Also, thanks. Better than Bootstrap.
There may or may not be some strong opinions about Bootstrap that I learned the hard way, because I threw it up into an app, and then the first thing I heard was, "Why aren't you using Tailwind?" I was like, "Oh no."
Yeah, I love Tailwind myself. And then Bootstrap does this weird thing I found out, where the combo box, this combo box, won't work on inside modals because apparently they hijack click events. And actually, like, I think they hijack every event that happens inside the modal, and then they run it through their own stuff in order to determine if it should be like delegated to one of their elements. And then only after that do they actually re-emit the hijacked event. And what that does apparently is shift focus from the combo box into like their elements. And this element is closed when you unfocus, when you blur. So yeah, all that to say, it's not currently compatible with Bootstrap, not with modals anyway.
It's for the best. I started using Tailwind following that stream, and ever since then I'm like, maybe Tailwind is the way to go. I think I'm starting to see the light.
Yeah, I enjoy it myself for sure. Let's take a look at the grouped options PR. Tests are passing, and I might do some refactoring. I won't merge it yet. I want to do two things before I do that, and I think we can wrap up with that. One thing is I want to go through like a quick checklist to make sure that we covered everything and that grouped options are in fact like completely supported and feature complete. And the other thing is just go through the code and take note of anything that I would like to refactor, and then probably merge tomorrow when I look at it again with fresh eyes. And the reason I mention it is because I don't know. Again, I don't know what audience we have here. If they're beginners, they might benefit from this, I guess, tip, which is always scrutinize your code every step of the way. You might have noticed me doing it here in the editor, looking at the diffs every now and then 100% doing it before merging the PR. I feel like this part of like editing, or the editing part of coding, is where I personally have learned, I won't say the most, but quite a bit. So yeah, I mean, if it works for you too, then definitely do it. Okay, so let's look at that checklist. Actually, I'll base it off of the test application or the dummy application. Does it work with async? I don't think it does, actually. So right off the bat. Or does it? Let's try it. Actually, let's just go to the checklist first. Async is one thing that we need to look at. And let's make it HTML while we're at it. And then this is fine. Custom attributes. Do we need custom attributes in the options? I think we do. And we don't support it yet. Events, these should work. No problem. enum should work. Form builder should work. I guess it depends on what you pass to that's the options. Free text should work, but we'll check. This works. HTML works. We just tested it. Did we have a test for it? No. I mean, we tested that it works, but we need a test for it too, an automated one. This works. These should work. Multi-select. How does this work with multi-select? I'll have to check. Make it HTML while we're at it. This should work. That should work if multi-select works. New options. That's this. Pre-filled. That should work. Should work. That should work. We said we wouldn't support this. That's fine. That should work. Okay. Actually, this is broken. It's supposed to be the outer border. I'll take note of it. Try playing with this new keyboard. Validation styles. So I think my brain is still pretty scattered from like streaming and thinking about how people are watching and whatnot. So I completely forgot about all of this. I think most of it should just work, but I think I'm just going to leave it for tomorrow and I'll take a look then. As for the quick glance at the code and seeing if there's anything worth refactoring, take a look. Let me know if you see anything, Dean.
Yes, sir.
Rails calls it a label, not name, but I think it's fine. As I'm reading this, I'm realizing custom attributes won't work immediately because this works the same way as the options, which is also something that I have pending. So I'll just tackle together with options.
That's terrible. Apparently the repository looks very clean and organized, so you shouldn't let me touch it.
No, you're welcome to touch it. I mean, any code would come in through a PR, so we can just clean it up there. I'll revisit. I'm not logged in. Revisit quargs for item. I really like that we pulled the blank option into this. That way nothing is instantiating any of these two. That's not this class. That's really nice. I think it's indicative of a correct abstraction. It's one indication anyway. Do people have any questions about the code that were like sort of watching it from a view from a distance?
Yep. As always, feel free to leave your questions in chat. I'll be watching like a hawk. Not necessarily about the code, but apparently Kamir likes your room as well.
Thanks. This is the sort of repetition that I don't mind, because pulling it out, I mean, I guess we could. There's something to be said about like this method and how it's called everywhere, but that still has, like, even so, even if we extracted that method, there's some repetition here. So I think we could revisit. Even still, I wouldn't be surprised if I leaved it. I don't usually mind it because you can, at a glance, you can immediately see it just because of the shape of the code. And sometimes extracting that actually ends up being harder to grok as you're reading it. So that's really my measure for when to dry things up. Like if it'll make it clearer, and or if it's complex. Because if it's complex and then you allow the repetition, any changes you make, you might forget to make everywhere, and so it'll break. But in this case, like it'll be pretty like obvious. In any case, I'll revisit. This seems a little bit magical, but maybe fine. And it's repeated here, kind of. Okay, I think that's it. What do you think, Dean? Any should we do any like closing remarks? Did you enjoy the stream? What do you think? How does this go?
So I guess my personal thoughts are, it doesn't, for me at least, I think that there is no point in your professional career where you don't have some level of imposter syndrome. So it was very refreshing for me to see that a lot of the approaches I take, you also take to solving these problems when you're working through it. Namely, like sometimes you fall into that trap of trying to do too much at once, then you have to pull yourself back and you end up in almost like a tug of war between what you'd like to do and what helps you solve the problem. And especially when you're live streaming, that can be a lot to balance because you know, like you said, you're very aware of the fact that there's people there. And when you try and make those balances, you realize that you fall into those habits maybe a bit more consciously than you normally do. So for me, it was very nice to see that I'm not alone there with, like, for example, just a small nitpick, like, oh, I didn't read the error, right? Like, I think you said that at one point. You were like, if I just read the error, I would have solved it, right? But sometimes you need to see someone else do it to go, okay, you know, it's acceptable that sometimes I just don't want to read the error. So it was really nice from my perspective to sit here and observe.
Yeah, that's a great recollection of it. And if I'm honest, I'm aware that is common. That I remember how I felt like before feeling as comfortable as I am with my current skills. Of course, I need to improve still. There's lots of room for improvement. But now, as opposed to before earlier in my career, I'm confident that, you know what, this is normal. And that's partly why I wanted to like share, because I know that it might have helped me when I was first starting out. I think like I really look up to some of my coworkers, or practically all of my coworkers. Yeah, let's just go with every single one of my coworkers. I look up to them, and I'm sure, like as I said, like most everyone at 37Signals is like a senior to me, and I really look up to them. And I think maybe they wouldn't make that mistake as often. Speaking of making big sweeping changes and then having to step back, like they would just do the small thing first. Maybe. I think the design of the engine here isn't helping because it's not easy to unit test.
Yeah.
And so making small steps, small incremental steps, and testing every step of the way isn't as feasible. And I wouldn't want it to be either, because I don't want like JavaScript testing tooling in this gem. It's just a hassle to like maintain and write tests for. Like, I don't enjoy that. I would rather just write Ruby. So yeah, I guess it's a trade-off like anything else.
Well, it's just interesting because, like, from my perspective, a lot of my work was, you know, defense contracting, where you're pretty much just writing code into a black box. No one's ever going to see anything that you've written aside from your direct coworkers. So a lot of it just becomes well, you know, the guys on my team do this, or when I became the team lead, it was, well, I do this, I guess, and now I'm the standard. So it's always nice to see other people do it and go, okay, thank God, it's not just me.
Yeah. I think one thing to remember is programming is hard for everyone. So don't feel bad if like you're having a hard time of it, or if you make a mistake that you think is silly. Trust me, like we all make them. Maybe in a couple of years, when I am further along in my career, we can do another one of these, and I won't make any mistakes. We'll see. Probably not. Anyway, it was great doing this, Dean. Thanks for having me on, and thanks everyone for watching. Yeah, let's do this again sometime.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely seems like people enjoyed it. They seem to, at least in chat, say that they've learned a lot from it. Because again, it's like a full session.
I'm really glad.
You know, start to finish, looking at something, especially for people stopping by in chat. You probably don't have the full context. I didn't have the full context. So a lot of that is you're never going to come into the project with full context. So it's good to, you know, be comfortable with being uncomfortable, if that makes sense. And yeah, Kamir still doesn't know what's happening, but that's fine. Yeah. He spent half his day at the bank today, so that's totally acceptable. But yeah, hopefully that helped.
Yeah, no. I'll say I love that about being comfortable, being uncomfortable, because working in larger code bases, I worked on smaller ones for a big portion of my career. And obviously today I work in pretty large ones. And I get the sense that even like, again, with my coworkers who have been here for years, they still get lost. It's fine. Like they'll admit like, oh, I haven't looked at this for a while and I need to like relearn it. That happens. Like this gem, I would say, is pretty sizable at this point. So even myself, like I get lost sometimes. And so what comes into play there is your ability to like reread the code and understand it immediately. So when you're writing clean code, it's partly for that, for yourself, right? And it's normal.
Yeah.
And especially when the code base gets larger. But anyway, that seems like a good place to wrap it up. Thanks again. Let's do it again. And yeah, take care, Dean.
Yep. Thank you for hosting today. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
right.
Appreciate you. See ya.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Alrighty. I think that's going to wrap it up for today. I appreciate everyone stopping by. I can go ahead and do this now so that everyone can see me for 5 seconds. But yeah, I appreciate everyone hanging out, asking your questions. And yeah, hopefully everyone got something out of this. The VOD will be available on the channel. You can go over to the live channel, or like the live streams, I think. Let me just open that up real quick. If I come over here, and then I can do this again. Oops, this one. If you come over here, you can go over to live, and then this will have a link to the actual stream. And then I'll try to edit this into a shorter video with maybe just some of the highlights or something, and that'll be up at some point. But yeah, the whole thing's up. It's very informative. Again, I feel like I learned a lot, so hopefully everyone else does as well. And yeah, I appreciate everyone stopping by. So I'm going to go ahead and figure out how to do this again. So come over here. We'll press this button. There we go. Beautiful. Is he coming back? I don't know. We'll see. If you want Jose to come back, you're going to have to go tweet at him. And I'll see if we can get him writing blog posts or making videos or something. Yeah, I appreciate you stopping by though, Coffee. It's good seeing you again. $10 for him to stream. We'll see. Ultimately up to him. Yeah, I'll see you later, Austin. I appreciate you stopping by as well.